Hey! We did not know what was going on.
We did not.
We did. But that's the best part of the holidays.
Yeah.
If I've learned anything from the Griswolds, it's being prepared is overrated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2024 New York City Ghostbusters Telethon. I, of course, am the boring half of this team. I'm representing Long Island Ghostbusters, NYC Ghostbusters, a little touch of the Terror Dog Squad, and all around holiday insanity. I, of course, am Charlie Rivera, and I am joined by the one, the only, the famous and infamous somehow. Boom! Ladies and gentlemen, we got Luna with us. Luna,
hi.
Merry Christmas. The season starts.
Does it feel like deja vu?
It does a little bit feel
Doesn't it feel like we were just here?
I do not feel
5
like
minutes ago?
I do not feel like 365 days
No,
have passed.
It does not feel that way at all.
One thing I do know, looking at early numbers, I do know that thousands and thousands of dollars have already been raised this year.
Yeah.
Luna, why don't you tell the beautiful people what we're doing here?
Well, welcome to the telethon, everyone. If you are tuning in right now, thank you so much for just coming on to watch us. Like, this is amazing. Thank you so much for being here.
It's exciting.
Yeah, it's really exciting.
A little nerve-wracking.
A little bit, yeah. We definitely just stood here kind of looking at each other like, are we ready for this? Yes,
yeah,
we are.
Like,
we're
yeah,
ready.
we gotta be ready. You gotta be ready. That's part of being a Ghostbuster. That's part of the holidays, not only Christmas, all these beautiful, this beautiful holiday season that we have entered. As far as my family goes, the minute that Santa shows up on the Macy's Day Parade, we convert.
We just talked about this.
Yeah,
on the Extraplasm podcast.
It is the very if you guys need a follow-up to this after the next few hours, we got more content.
Yeah, if you're not tired of us talking by the end of this, there is more. You can go to the Extraplasm podcast and listen to us talk about Thanksgiving and the
That's
holidays.
true. That's not the beginning or the ending of our shilling tonight, but shilling we will do. We're here once again, hopefully to raise a lot of money and showcase some of our absolute best friends across the plethora of different franchises here in the Ghostbuster multiverse.
Yes.
Because if it doesn't happen in the movies yet, at least we're doing it IRL.
Yeah.
IDW did it in the comics. The cartoon may dabble in it. We don't know where that's going. But we're going to do it all night tonight.
Yes. I'm ready.
I'm ready too. Yeah. Let's get the show on the road.
Yeah, I'm also going to put my phone on silent because everyone probably just heard it go off.
We do need the schedule though, so it's a real catch at 22.
I'm just going to put my phone on silent really quick.
Yeah, we can watch her do it in silence if you guys wanted, but we're not going to.
Yes, please make it awkward.
Yes.
All right. My phone has been silenced.
I like it, but the people have not been. So tonight, what we're going to do is we're going to bring on different representatives of different franchises all around the globe, really. We're going to talk about what's going on. We're going to hopefully raise some money. There's a lot of great details about how you can support the telethon itself, some amazing goodies that are able to be kind of unlocked with different scale donations. I got to ask you, though, before we get anything started, we have a little bit of business to handle because we can't ask people unless we ask each other some of these good prying questions.
Yes.
I know your answer from last year, so I'm going to try to change it up. This year, what is your favorite Christmas song? What puts you in that holiday spirit? What's the first one I assume it's not Mariah Carey because there's, we unfroze her to come out for the holiday season, but what's your number one?
Oh God, there's so many. There's so many.
You don't have to choose. You can wait till the first break.
I think
we're gonna mull it over.
This
we should mull it over.
Year.
Yeah,
I have to mull it over.
Mulling it over is good.
Because really, Christmas music. I love Christmas music.
You just put on the playlist.
It's not Christmas without Christmas music.
I kind of let Spotify curate mine because I'm not gonna bust out CDs. It's 2024, so I'm just gonna roll with the goodness. I do have to say,
what's yours though?
The song from the Griswolds.
Okay, yeah,
is my favorite, but not the opening track. It's I'm gonna butcher the name, but it's the Hawaiian Christmas hit. I'm not even gonna try to say Melikalikimaka.
Melikalikimaka.
There we go.
Melikalikimaka is a wise way.
Just do the whole song now. Yeah. We should have brought. Let's see. Now we got more accessories for next year.
Oh God,
bust out the coconuts.
Now the whole internet just heard me sing.
Yes, they did. Now they want you for Moana 3.
Okay, I think that might be my favorite Christmas song. It might be. Okay, I have to think about it.
Okay, I like it. Well, how do you want to get started this year?
Maybe we should tell everybody about the fun incentives that we have.
Yes.
For donating.
Bust them out.
Yes.
Bust them out. Can we pull up that graphic?
Yeah. So last year we said, we should spice things up next year.
I do love the spice.
We should do a little double dare-ness.
We're basically the people from Dune.
Yes.
So not only do your donations unlock some amazing, amazing prizes.
Yes.
We got stickers, we got prints, we got pins, we got t-shirts. We even busted out the Ecto NYC for an amazing, amazing tour that can be included with all those goodies. We have 6 different tiers. If you want to bring us back into frame, we'll dive into those in just a little bit. But on top of that, we got some challenges for you people tonight because last year the everyone got something who donated, right? Everyone got to participate in the Christmas spirit, but there was some talk that you and I weren't really tortured enough. Because they know we get along. They know we're buddies. They know it's the Christmas spirit where everybody's 10% closer than they are in the normal life. That brings us like 125, 135. But this year, we're going to torment each other.
Yes.
Do we have a graphic for the challenges this year?
They are so. Oh, there they are.
Wait, we can also do this too.
Yes.
Let's cut the middle. Oh. So once we hit tonight,
there we go.
Once we hit the $500 mark, we are going to ruin Luna's manicure, and we're going to dip our hands in some slime. If we're able to hit $1,000 during the telethon, we're going to inhale some helium and try to do at least one interview that way.
We should sing a Christmas song.
Done.
Yes.
Done. I love this plan. If we hit $1,500, if you guys are so generous tonight that we get up to that $1,500 range, we're going to stuff our mouths with 24 marshmallows each. I don't know if I read this fine print.
It's 24 for 2024.
I like it. That's a very good plan. And if we hit our goal tonight is $2,024 to celebrate this beautiful year coming to a close. I'm going to take, for the people out there, for you glorious humans, I'm going to take a pie to the chops live on the telethon. You can bring us back into frame. You can't tell me that's not a good way to start. So we are going to go ahead and track our progress of the show just like last year. We're going to encourage you to hit up those comment section early and often. The easiest question is, of course, what is your favorite Christmas song? That's going to be our first question of the night. Throw it in the comment section. Our man in the chair is going to be pulling them up all night long.
Yes.
But what's next, Luna? You got the schedule busted out for us? I know it's been revised. Last minute, I was like, oh no. I thought I was so well prepared.
Yeah. Oh, well, of course, we have Department of Education on first.
Yes.
So the whole reason we're doing this telethon is to raise money for the Bronx Department of Education, otherwise known as the South Bronx Toy Drive.
I love it. I love it. Well, without further ado, let's bring on probably our favorite guest from last year, even though everyone was kind of our favorite guest.
It is, well, there we go. Sorry. Harry Sherman and Ebony Stuckey from Department of Education.
Let's bring them in.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Hello. How are you guys? Can you hear me?
I love your hat. It's amazing.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
This whole thing. Oh, you mean Miss Stuckey. Miss Stuckey, you look amazing. How are you?
Thank you. How are you? Who's the little one on your lap?
This is Cece. She wanted to be in on the action. She heard that we were raising money for toys to help kids, and she wanted to help. So here she is.
Hi, Cece.
Wonderful.
Cece, say hi. Cece's now very focused on the
That's okay. Cece knows when you're as cute as that, you don't need to do a whole song and dance. But let's start with you, Miss Stuckey. First of all, thank you both. Thank all three of you, rather, for joining us tonight. The telethon, one of the best days of the Ghostbuster calendar, at least for me. And I'm sure I'm also speaking for you. But Miss Stuckey, what is one of your absolute favorite Christmas memories?
Going downstairs, already knowing what I have, and still opening it up and being overwhelmed. I love it. I loved it.
It's a beautiful thing. Harry, I'm going to ask you the same question. What's one of your favorite moments, either a specific one or just in general, about this wonderful holiday season?
I have this very specific memory. My family had just moved. We didn't have a lot, and we weren't expecting our parents to do a lot. And still they figured something out, and we came out and they had some things under the tree. And I will never forget, I got this He-Man toy, and I had my He-Man, and my friend came to the door to see what had happened, and I kind of held the toy in my hand at just the angle, so when I opened the door he could see. And yeah, that memory sticks with me, because it wasn't just what we got, but the way my parents made it happen, you know.
Amazing.
That's awesome.
I absolutely love that.
Yeah.
I love that.
So could you guys talk about what kind of impact this toy drive makes for the kids?
Okay, I'll
Miss
start.
Becky, you start,
Oh
please.
yes, this toy drive is everything to so many children and families. I mean, just the smiles, because sometimes children don't get anything at home. So when we give them something there, it means everything. We have children come back and say, "Oh, last year I received this. Oh, I wanted this so bad." So that right there alone is so big. It melts my heart. And I'm a crier. So you know I cry.
Me too.
Me too.
Yeah, so we have 16,000 students in our district, and it is one of the districts in the whole country that really needs this kind of help. We have amazing kids and amazing families, but many of them don't have a lot, and we want them to have what they deserve. They deserve what every kid deserves.
Thanks
This
for the
is
song.
their favorite Christmas song, right?
That's good.
I just want to say about impact that when you have so many kids that are so high needs, and they, I was talking about my family not knowing if there was going to be something, that we bring light to a holiday that isn't a guarantee. And I think for so many of us, we know, like, it's going to come from us. It's going to come from family members. We know our kids are going to be taken care of, and we want to make sure that every one of our kids are taken care of. They deserve it. They're beautiful. They work so hard. And it's not a given. It's not a given for so many of them. And this makes a huge difference. And Miss Stuckey works in one of our schools. And she also works in one of the shelters in our district. And we have the highest rates of students in temporary housing in all of New York City in our district. And those are really the families that need this help and need this support. And so she sees it not only in the school, but she also sees it firsthand when we make a difference like this.
Absolutely.
I can't even imagine what it's like to not only not expect a plethora of gifts on Christmas. I was always very lucky with my family, knowing how many of these kids really do wake up that day expecting nothing. And things like this telethon, things like the plethora of fundraisers you're going to hear about tonight on this show, being able to provide that, getting to play Santa, is this weird magic superpower that anyone with a spare dollar can unlock.
Yeah.
It is, I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine how great it must be to see them light up. I guess the runner-up to that is getting to play a very small role in making sure that those mornings get such a fundamental change. I don't know if either of you can speak to that. Was there a specific time where a kid's reaction? I know, Miss Stuckey, you mentioned someone was literally kind of hoping for the gift they wound up with, which just sounds like the best case of Christmas magic. I don't know if you have a story you can share about something like that for us tonight before we move on.
Okay, well, 2 years ago, we had some gifts giving, and one of the children said, "No, I don't need a gift. I don't need a gift because I've never had a gift."
Aww.
But when they did receive that gift, it was truly amazing. You had to be sitting in the room to understand what that feeling is like. It was that child carried that toy to work every single day. It wasn't a moment without it. So that's where it comes from, right there. It hits the heart. And I love doing what I do.
I mean, it's amazing what you do. It's amazing.
I would just share, I want to share not about a specific student, and there's a lot of those moments, but what really stands out for me is, we do a lot of work when we get the toys, wrapping them up and getting them ready for kids, and we'll have, like, we're making this for 10-year-old boy or 8-year-old girl, and we try to put things together like that, and put together little gift bags where they get a little bit of not just one thing, but like a little bit of a Christmas morning. And what really struck me strong also a couple of years ago is when we were doing this for one of the shelters in our district, and it was the age range, because it was a family shelter, and it was children from a few months old all the way up to kids that were 18 years old. And for some reason, it was thinking about the older kids being in the shelter, and that, you know, they still want to celebrate the holidays, and knowing that they weren't forgotten as well, that we're doing this for all of our children, and it makes such a difference.
I love that. I love that. Well, thank you all so much for everything that you do all year long. Thank you for letting us play this very small role. We got our very first update in. So far donated, we have $145 in. If you guys want to join in on getting this toy drive going, getting these toys bought, you can go over to NYCGhostbusters.com right now, right at the top banner. You can donate a lot of tiers of prizes. We're going to get into those a little bit later. Right there, it's been thrown up on the screen and in the comment section. But Harry, Miss Stuckey, thank you both so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Hopefully, we're going to beat the heck out of
I have to say it before we go. I must say it. Who you going to call? Ghostbusters. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
You,
Harry, Cece, thank the three of you. Hopefully we'll have big news to follow.
Bye.
All right, guys. I mean, how could that not get you in a generous mood? Again, even $1. Don't think that you have to hit that $15 donation to get some prizes. CC rocking the Wonder Woman gear, as John over at US Comics is mentioning in the chat right now. 355 more, and it's slime time. That's right. You're gonna get sticky, gooey. Who knows what's gonna happen with the mess tonight? But without further ado, it is the New York City Ghostbusters Toy Drive. How can we have a toy drive with that title and not bring on some representation for the New York City Ghostbusters? Let's welcome our next guest right now. Yeah! We got Ryan and
now
Matt.
I'm not muted. Hey!
How are you, gentlemen? Merry Christmas, happy holidays, and welcome to another year, another toy drive.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is Matthew. This is your first toy drive here, right? Yeah, it is.
Matthew, I love that gear. I love that you're suited and booted already. I love it, buddy.
He had a killer year. He's a junior Ghostbuster this year, so he made a killing at New York Comic Con, and we're here to. And he wanted to help support. We actually were after school today. We were counting up some toys, see how much we have donated. He offered some toys to give away. I told him, you know, that's very nice of you. So.
Oh, that's very sweet of you, Matthew.
Well, I mean, when you study at the feet of the president of the New York City Ghostbusters, you learn to be generous early and often. You know, I'm going to kick this question to Matthew. Can Matthew hear me okay?
You hear him, Matthew?
Up, bud? Yeah, my buddy. What's your favorite Christmas song?
Which one? Is it Santa Claus is Coming to Town?
Santa Claus is Coming to Town.
By who?
Excellent. That's a good one.
By Michael Jackson.
Yeah, like the Jackson 5 one.
Oh,
okay, yes.
Matthew with the drip, and he has great music taste. I don't know. We may have to vote out the old Chris for the new. We're going to have that.
Hey, let's calm down here. You know?
Fair enough. Ryan, what is your favorite part of the holiday season with the New York City Ghostbusters?
With the New York City Ghostbusters, it's obviously this toy drive telethon. Come on, you know.
Yeah, is it because of the hosts?
It's because of the hosts. Thank you so much. So I don't have to do this. No, for real. I love doing the telethon. I love doing the toy drive for the South Bronx Toy Drive. You know, and honestly, I love hearing all the other Ghostbuster groups out there. It's part of the reason why I was so excited to work on the toy drive site for whoyougonacall.org. So if you want to look up all local Ghostbuster toy drives, you can go to whoyougonacall.org and check out all the toy drives there too. But I'm very excited about the prizes we have and all the very cool gifts we have.
Yeah.
'Cause,
Should we talk about that now?
Yeah, let's bring that graphic back up. Ryan, why don't you walk us through some of your favorite tiers?
Everything. So one of our members, Chris Sorrentino, also known as Pizza Plasm, real Ghostbusters as well too, is one of our. He's an amazing guy. Okay, he's a John Belushi cosplayer, and I've known him since my years of Minions of Gozer way back when, before New York City Ghostbusters. So we have a lot of gear with his stuff, and also, not to mention, we're talented. We have the talented Dana D. Tiberius as well too, doing an amazing job making this look the way it looks. I love the aesthetic and the style she went with, so thank you, Dana. So at $10, you're going to get a Ghostbusters Toy Drive sticker along with thank you, Mr. Bond. So you're going to get a greeting card as well too, a Ghostbusters Toy Drive Garakanog card. At
Amazing.
$25, you're going to get all of that, plus your choice of enamel pin. We have two. We have the Holiday Slimer and the Garakanog. Both
Don't
drawn.
make me choose. There must be a tier where I don't have to choose between the pins, right?
And it is for $40. You can get all of that together. But wait, there's more. At $75, you get our exclusive New York Comic Con print that Chris Sorrentino drew up. At $100, you'll get that plus a T-shirt, and at $600, you get a tour with us in New York City. So I'm sure many of you know, but I am one of the New York City Ghostbuster tour guides in the group. So I am a licensed tour guide that can give tours in New York City to any and all places of New York. So if you like to see Ghostbuster sites, you can. If you want to go check out other New York stuff too, hey, I'm there for you too. So you'll get a ride in our Ecto and cruise around town.
I got to tell you, there is no better feeling than having the eyes of New York on you.
Literally.
There is not a cop. There is not a bus driver. There is not a pedestrian.
Everyone is your friend.
Not only friend, they wind up envious as heck. If we could bring Ryan and Matthew back into frame for me, that would be amazing.
We actually, it's funny you bring up the car too, in that earlier this year, while driving down First Avenue, a cop just kept driving past us, blasting the music for us.
Amazing.
On his PA. So, thank you so much, Circle City Ghostbusters. I love those guys.
I mean, again, some of the absolute greatest memories for a Ghostbuster fan is that tour. The walking tour is enough to fill your ectoplasm jar for a lifetime. In an Ecto?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Matthew, do you like
man.
driving in the Ghostbuster car?
Yes.
Yeah. I've taken, we've done, what have we done in the Ghostbuster car? Where have we gone to? Have you gone to school in it before?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Nice. I heard a rumor, Matthew, that you're going to take your driver's test in the Ecto because you believe in maximum effort. Is that rumor true?
Do you want to drive the Ghostbuster car when you grow up?
Different.
A different one. You hear that?
I want to drive it when I grow up.
I like this kid's trying to get a Cadillac out of Pops on the internet. I respect it.
He actually has
I
plans
love it.
for it too. Yeah. He's really funny with it.
I have to ask you, Ryan, before we let you go.
Yeah.
Oh, and before we let him go, we also have to talk about something else.
Oh, yes. Well, before we talk about that, I'll let you say that.
Yeah, you'd go first.
Was the cop basically escorting you in the Ecto? Is that your favorite Ecto memory? Or does something usurp that?
For sure, we had a lot of favorite memories in the Ecto. I don't know if I have anything that usurps. Maybe it has to do with McKenna Grace coming by for sure.
I mean, that would have been my pick, just because I'm very jealous.
And Logan Kim, and their moms, by the way.
Amazing, which is just the greatest.
Yeah.
But Luna, our next topic for?
Yeah, we wanted to talk about what we did at the firehouse this past weekend.
Oh, duh. Yeah. So we were at Hook and Ladder 8, pretending to be Ghostbusters and collecting a bunch of toys. We collected 147 toys at the firehouse in the span of 4 hours. Not only that, if you want to donate toys and you're visiting New York and you're checking out the firehouse, you can bring your toys to the firehouse, and they have the Hook and Ladder 1/8, which was worked on by Luna. Thank you, Luna.
Three other people, not just
and 3 other people as well. Yeah.
talented.
There was Joe, there was Greg, and there was Matt as well too.
Yes.
So thank you guys so much for building that. And yeah, we've been collecting toys nonstop. So we're going to be collecting toys until the 14th. So when you stop at Hook and Ladder 8, bring a toy, preferably unwrapped, unopened, and not haunted.
Yeah. And how long is it going to be there?
Until the 14th of December.
Yes. So you heard that right.
That's right.
Till the 14th of December, you can drop off toys that you would like to donate to our toy drive at Ghostbusters HQ. So, like you said, if you needed any more reason to visit, you can donate toys too.
I mean, how many times in your life you donate a toy to the firehouse with the sign properly displayed?
To the firehouse. In a mini firehouse.
In a baby firehouse.
Yes.
That's a lot of firehouse.
That's firehouse. If you buy a firehouse to donate to the little firehouse at the big firehouse.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God. Okay,
who is going to be the first to do that?
Yeah.
I'm saying I'm going to go get the Playmobil one right now.
I might put a name to it.
Dang it.
Yo, dog, I hear you like firehouses.
Ryan, Matthew, thank you guys so much. We're going to keep the party going. To give you guys an update, you can see the PKE meter right up here. Look at it. That sucker's going to get more lit up. It's going to get
there it is.
the rings.
You know,
nice
I looked that way. I was
like it's not
like, oh, we have it here.
One last thing I need to mention, by the way. If you do go to the firehouse and you do not have a toy, within walking distance, there is a toy shop called Boomerang Toys that is offering a 10% discount on all of your toys for donation to the South Bronx Toy Drive. So that is like 5 blocks south. We'll have information for that on our website.
Absolutely amazing. You also have the option, if you go to the firehouse empty-handed, you can go from the firehouse, buy a patch, buy a t-shirt, and then you can just drop what's left from your wallet right in the box.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll make sure those turn into toys. It's like a magic firehouse, the little one.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, this has been a pleasure. You guys kill it every year. Thank you so much for your time, Luna and Charlie.
Really, this is fun for us.
Yeah, thank you for trusting us to not totally derail this. But Ryan,
go ahead.
Happy holidays. Merry Christmas. Hopefully we're going to destroy this goal tonight. I'm looking forward to that pie. I haven't had a snack in a couple of weeks, so that would be a nice
well,
change of pace.
Make sure to wash your hands after touching slime at some point. Hopefully we hit that goal.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we're getting dangerously close already. I think we're right around the $400, so not too much more to go. Thank you all for your generosity so far. NYCGhostbusters.com. Very clickable link. Ryan, Matthew, have a beautiful night. Have a beautiful holiday. I'm sure I'll annoy you both soon. Luna's definitely going to annoy you both soon. But let's keep the party going. Luna, what's next?
We have some folks. Sorry, I just totally, my brain
I like that you went to full holiday hands.
Oh, isn't it like the Little Drummer Boy?
Yes.
It makes me think of The Office. I don't know why.
Well, it's because you're weird.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of our thing.
It is. So we have two people from whoyougonacall.org. Do you know about whoyougonacall.org?
I mean, I need to know a little bit more, I think.
Yeah. I think we should learn a little more together as a group.
As a little family, a little holiday family.
Yeah. So let's welcome Pete from Hudson Valley and Joe from Atlanta. Coming soon.
Maybe.
Hopefully they're there.
All right, we're checking with our man in the chair.
Should we sing more?
Just the whole Little Drummer Boy?
Drummer Boy?
How does Little Drummer Boy start? Just let's do music requests in the chat. Just for any time there's...
game we could play like lyrics, you know?
That's true. Nick, who is our lovely man in the chair, doing the real work tonight while Luna and I just kind of goof around. Yeah. Nick, should we give a little bit of a teaser for whoyougonacall.org and then welcome in when they're ready? Or should we just go ahead and move on down to our next allotment, which I believe is the Pro FX Ghostbusters or the Ghostbusters of Colorado United? All right,
okay, we got the thumbs up to keep going.
Move on down the road. They are here. Why don't you give them a proper announcement? Because I a little bit butchered their team name. Why don't you welcome to the show our next guest?
It's a long team name. Well, first, let's make sure. Do we have the Pro FX backstage? Are they ready to go? Ask Nick.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, just asking the people. The people are like, we don't know. We don't say yes. They're ready to go.
Okay, they're here. Okay. So next up, they got a long name. So get ready for this. The Pro FX Ghostbusters. And then it's also the Ghostbusters of Colorado United.
That's going to be our first
Let's
question.
find out what
it is, because
this
that's a
about.
cool set of names.
Yes.
Ricky and
Hi.
Conrad keeping the family motif going early in the show. Ricky, Conrad, thank you so much for joining us. Why don't you start off, explain to us that awesome set of names, Pro FX Ghostbusters. Did you guys join forces? Why don't you give us the breakdown? Oh, I believe you are muted, my friend. So, Ricky, if you could unmute yourself, that's a great.
Sorry about that. Yep.
Coming in loud and clear, gentlemen. Why don't you give us a little background on your amazing group?
Yeah. So, I'm actually pretty new to what is abbreviated the GBCU. I've been with them for about a year, but I had my own name that I've always wanted to use, which is the Pro FX Ghostbusters.
Awesome.
It's a family name that I've had. My father's had it because he's a race car driver, or was, hence the name Ricky Bobby.
Amazing.
But yeah, that's just kind of my group. But then all the collective groups in Colorado, we've come together to create the Ghostbusters of Colorado United.
That is amazing. I love that so much.
Yeah, we have the NOCO Ghostbusters, Fort Collins, Loveland. I mean, everywhere. High Plains Ghostbusters. It's pretty nuts.
That is amazing. See, I love stuff like that. For me, more than anything else, when Ghostbuster teams are able to work together, that is how you absolutely make the biggest impact to your community. For you, it's all of Colorado.
Yeah.
That's so amazing. Now you said you kind of were relatively new to the United front. When did you kind of team up with them?
I've been with them. It was a year in July, so a little over a year so far.
Amazing. How's the first year been as part of this conglomeration, as it were?
It's the best time I've had in my life. I've found a new family, not just friends, and we get along so well. We have a great time, and I'm happy to be part of it.
That's absolutely amazing. I gotta ask though, what big holiday events do you guys have going on this year?
So we're a few year long. We're always working with Children's Hospital, trying to collect donations, any type of donations for them. We're also working with Starlight Children's Foundation, trying to get some of the Ghostbusters hospital gowns over here to Colorado. I've been speaking with them, and they're pretty excited to try and get some of those over here to Colorado. And then I'll let Fort Collins Ghostbusters talk about it more, but we're also working with Kenzie's Causes for our toy donation drive this year.
I love that. I love that. So I know before you kind of joined the wider team, you had done a little bit on your own, or was it basically your year anniversary for all of your Ghostbusting goodness?
Yeah, so I've always myself silly. I've always myself I've always wanted to work with Children's Hospital, and I've always tried to myself just give toy donations wherever I worked, wherever I was. I try to set out a box and get toy donations for Children's Hospital, and I never really was able to incorporate Ghostbusters with it. So once I found all these local groups, it's just going crazy now, and it's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and I can't be more excited to be part of all of it.
I mean, that's the common thread, I think, is one thing that unifies us all, because I absolutely love that Colorado has come together in such a beautiful way, in the way that I think the wider New York team has tried to do. And it seems like as we go further and further into this fandom, more and more groups are trying to unify. And this toy drive is a big part of that. This is us all coming together, doing something kind of as a collective and individuals. But Ricky, I got to ask you, because again, the children's hospitals are hugely important to us as well. Not only NYC, not only LI, but also for me and Luna. Do you have a favorite memory from either a hospital visit or a fundraiser this last year while you were suited and booted?
Oh, this year. So we were at SoCo HorrorCon. Not your typical holiday Comic-Con or anything like that, but
maybe Krampus.
Krampus, sure. There you go. But it's probably my newest favorite memory because we were just there, hanging out for the Comic-Con, and Mayette brought us some of our donation boxes, and they were just sitting there. No one was donating. They weren't really thinking about Christmas yet, obviously. But myself and then another member of ours, Toby, I said, screw this. I grabbed the box and started just walking around the Comic-Con, and Toby then came with me, and we went to every single station that had, gifts or toys or anything. And, it was great that the people there were just so happy just to donate the stuff that they didn't sell. And we filled the whole box and just started off our toy drive right away, even before it started. So that's probably sorry.
No.
There wasn't a dry eye in the house that day. I can tell you that. It was pretty awesome experience.
I mean, I just stories like that are so special, because what I think is really amazing about that is that's something that we all can borrow from.
Mhm.
It's never occurred to me at a toy drive. I have there's toy drives where other people are vending all the time. It's never occurred to me to kind of go booth to booth. What a great idea. What a great way to just kind of put yourself out there for, again, your community. Again, I see Conrad in your lap, and I see him decked out in his Christmas gear. And I just can't imagine what it means for you to be able to kind of spread joy even outside of your household. It's such a weird privilege we all have.
Yeah.
And Ricky, you're doing it right. You're doing it right, my friend. And
Thank you.
so proud to get to kind of bust alongside you, even with the distance between Colorado and New York.
Yeah.
Obviously, all of your fundraising information can be found on whoyougonnacall.org, which we're going to get into a little bit later. But do you have any events coming up in the next couple of weeks you wanted to shout out before we let you go?
We do. In Aurora, Colorado, Monkey Paw Toys is our last push for Kenzie's causes on the 14th, and we're going to be there from 11 to 3 o'clock. We have we're going to be pulling all the stops. We have a Ghostbusters Santa sleigh that was donated to us from an old member. We're going to have that out there. We're going to have terror dogs there pulling the sleigh. So that's going to be our last push to try and do what we can for Kenzie's causes.
I love that.
And before you go, we do have to ask you, what's your favorite Christmas song?
Oh, well, this kid wanted me to say he loves a Little Drummer Boy. You guys were just talking about it a little bit.
Nice.
That's his favorite.
Then, how does the song go? Do you remember?
Conrad, do you remember how the song starts?
How does it go? Pum. That's what he does around the house every day.
That's my favorite part of it. That's my Conrad, Ricky, amazing talking to you tonight. Thank you all so much for kind of joining in. Thank you and your team for doing all they do. The wider team doing all they do, and we can't wait to hear all about your successes this holiday season, and hopefully talk to you again come 2025's Toy Drive. But Ricky, Conrad, thank you guys so much. Merry Christmas, happy holidays, and keep doing all that good you're doing, my friend.
Donate, everybody. Come on, help us out here. Let's do this.
Yes, let's do it.
I like it. Do you want to take us to our next guest?
Yeah, well, actually, we are still trying to figure it out.
I think we're going back in time.
First question is,
how does the song start for Little Drummer? I still don't know.
Okay. All right. Are we going to whoyougonnacall.org next?
I think so.
Is that where we're going?
That's right. Let's do it too.
Oh, awesome. Okay, they're both here. Fantastic. All right. Let's welcome Pete and Joe onto the show.
Hey.
Guys.
She's a poet. She didn't even know it. Pete and Joe onto the show.
Oh, I didn't even catch that.
Well, that's because you're too busy delivering the goods.
Of me.
Yes, very much so. Pete, Joe, happy holidays, Merry Christmas. Welcome to the 2024 Telethon. I believe you are both here to give us all the goods on whoyougonnacall.org. But before we do that, we got to start with one of the most important questions. Joe, what's your favorite Christmas song?
Oh no. I like Christmas in Sarajevo by the Trans-Siberian Orchestra.
Oh, that's a good
That
one.
is a needle dropper.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
that's
almost not the
evergreen.
holidays without that. Pete, can you do better? Pete, I know favorites are subjective, but we are ranking these. So, Pete, what do you got?
I'm partial to The Waitress. I can't remember the title. The Waitress is the artist, I believe, but put me on the spot here, Charlie. Thanks.
You talking about like Fairy Tale New York? What's happening?
Yeah, Christmas wrapping. Thank you, Nick.
There
Behind
you
the scenes, Nick.
Beautiful.
That's a good
We
one.
also would have allowed you to just sing it in its entirety.
You didn't want me to do that, trust me.
But gentlemen, I do know you play a pretty big part of who you're going to call .org. Do you guys want to dive in and let the people know all the great information they can find there?
Well, for if you are looking for either a Ghostbusters franchise to come to your event, or you are a Ghostbuster or aspiring Ghostbuster and are looking for a group in your area and don't know where to go, who are you going to call.org? You can go there. You can find Ghostbusters in your area, 501c3, listings of all of the types of events that every group is willing to do or has done, including charity drives, hospital visits, costumed characters, ectomobiles, and just a huge list, really, of different Ghostbusters related ways that we can show up and liven up an event and make a presence.
It's a Rolodex for Ghostbusters near you. How has it taken this long for something like this to be put together? Now, I know a little bit of the behind the scenes. Difficult as heck to put together because there are so many groups. But Pete, why don't you tell us about some of Joe explained so beautifully, the people we can find, the vehicles we can find. What are some of the other great features you can find over on whoyougonnacall.org right now?
Well, one of the favorites recently is we have the Buffalo Ghostbusters deck. If you are in that deck, you have a badge with your card on your page.
I'm not jealous at all that Long Island missed out. It didn't help our page got taken down before. I'm not saying I want to recount. I'm saying I'm going to make some special cards that slide into people's decks. That's amazing. But also you get the telethon information there. You get so much info on who you're going to call.
There's so many franchises that I didn't even know existed. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's really just fun just to scroll through and look at like who's out there.
Yeah, it's just a plethora of just some of the most talented creators. One of my favorite things is just seeing the group shot.
Yeah.
You see some amazing innovations in the tech used, in the uniforms worn. Just being able to see all the logos is just such a treat. The landing page, at least the traditional one, has just a billion logos splattered across it.
Yeah.
It's absolutely beautiful to see. Oh my gosh, we just got, I don't want to interrupt. We just got a huge jump up. Did we not just go from 435 to 1400 to 1550?
Wow, it wasn't like that when we started.
So,
I could read that number. It didn't have caution stripes through it when I started.
All I noticed is the PKE completely changed. All we needed was Joe and Pete to show up and be like, there's a website you can find everyone. They're like, here, take my money, give me a t-shirt.
Listen,
That's unbelievable.
yeah.
everyone tells me I'm very handsome. I have to use it for good.
I think those incentives really got people
I think
excited.
Circle City's calling it out. Pete and Joe are just so attractive
that
everyone was like, we got to give this money out.
Yeah.
Wow.
So we are putting our hands in slime.
Yeah.
We are
I don't remember. Excellent.
And we are going to put 24 marshmallows in our mouth. But we're not going to do
Yeah,
this
not all
at
at
once.
once. That would be a messy.
We'll do it after each.
I gotta tell you, I was feeling pretty safe about not getting pied in the face tonight. Which does lead me to my next question. We'll start off with Pete. You get to see the unraveling of Luna and Charlie. But Pete, in your endeavors, just to make sure everyone knows, you do suit and boot for events as well, right, Pete?
I do, yes. I am the community outreach coordinator for the Hudson Valley Ghostbusters. based out of the Poughkeepsie Goshen area in the Hudson Valley of New York State.
I love that. I love that. Part of that big New York family that I'm very proud to be part of. I got to ask you, though, what's one of your favorite memories about suiting and booting? It could be for a fundraiser. It could just be a fun event. It could be the first time that you ever put 30 pounds extra on your back. What's one of your favorite memories, Pete?
Oh gosh, they're all so good. This is gonna sound like a cop out. I just love it when the kids have big smiles on their faces. That's what's important, you know?
Not a cop at all.
Not a cop out.
No.
That's just a solid answer. And because I am scoring this round, Joe, can you do? No, I'm just kidding. What's one of your favorite memories from suiting and booting, and what group are you representing on your shoulder right now?
It's mirrored. I'm representing the Atlanta Ghostbusters. We established in 2015. We were at 9 years, almost 10 years, and
wow.
Like some of my favorite memories of ghostbusting, probably at the top, I'm gonna have to put when we did Ghostbusters Day last year. We got several of our people up to New York to visit the rest of you, and you were super welcoming, and everything worked out. Second time taking the group up to New York, because the first time was for the Afterlife premiere. First time was a little rocky. I did a lot of herding cats that first time, but it was mostly the same people the second time, and they were a little more used to it. And getting to do that whole tour was my absolute favorite. But as far as something a little bit more close to home, we are the home of Dragon Con every year.
Yes.
And the groups that have been here before us have all established the PKE Surge, which is the big gathering of Ghostbusters, costumed Ghostbusters all in one place.
I'm saying they came to New York now twice. So much fun. I may have to finally make the trek this year. This might be the year, because you guys always do such a great job, but also just I get the most FOMO from seeing all those amazing photos.
Yeah, we have 100 wristbands for the Dragon Con parade. It was like 2 years ago. We were out of wristbands, and unofficially, I know some people were getting wristbands from other groups, because we had more than 100 Ghostbusters marching in the street.
That's amazing,
wild. But I've been doing that, for that's been a decade, because I was doing it when I was with the Georgia Ghostbusters previously.
Just a decade of decadence for Joe.
Yeah.
Well, boys, thank you all so much for not only what you do with your groups, but what you've done with Ghostbusters.org. Hopefully, I'll see you in the city this year as well. If not, I'm going to trek down. I'm going to find you boys. Maybe I'm going to I might reach out to Joe. I got to find a way to sneak the Ecto LI into that parade. We might need...
I was gonna say I can sneak parking, which is very valuable in this town.
I'm saying this is the man to talk to. Thank you both so much. Thank you for participating in this year's Toy Drive, and thank you for doing all the great you do. Hopefully we'll see you back in 2025 after we crush this goal, which I'm now petrified of.
Thank you guys so much.
Hope everyone survives the New Year's apocalypse.
Yes, my man. Have a great one, guys. Happy holidays.
Thank you so much. Happy holidays.
Absolutely amazing. I can't believe the goal has moved up so much.
I can't either.
We do have our assistant currently prepping the slime.
Is the slime ready?
I think it's still being prepared and sanitized. We have to positively charge it.
He said 2 minutes. Okay, so
2 minutes is just enough for us to get another guest in.
Yes.
That Pete in our kind of background chat, it was a heck of a jump.
Yeah.
A little nerve-wracking. We got Ghostbusters San Antonio. We're bringing the cowboy hats and spurs into the chat. Let's bring them into the show if they're ready. That was good. That was full out.
I just really felt like saying.
I loved it. Look at that hat.
Guys,
You're ready for Moville. That is one heck of a look, my friend. Welcome to the Toy Drive.
No, I appreciate it. This is our, I think, about 4th year doing a toy drive. We really appreciate y'all having us on. The team's super excited. All of our toys go to CASA, which is the Child Advocates of San Antonio. They provide an advocate to kids that are going through the judicial system where they don't have a parent maybe that can help them because maybe abuse or something happened with them. So they actually provide someone to be able to stay with them. But they don't even just stay with their kid. They go to when they go off to college, when they get married, when I was talking to some of the advocates, they're like, yeah, I mean, they're in their 30s and we still, because you never know when that trauma is coming back. So, this year we're pushing to get some toys. They're wanting some plushies. But one of the biggest things that we're going to do is we're looking for toasters. To go with that Ghostbuster theme, in Ghostbusters 2, we've been testing this. We're going to test that toaster theory out this year and try to look for toasters. Because what's going on is when these kids go to college, they don't need toys. They need something else, more college dorm filling. So we're going to try getting them toasters, some more college dorm material for them, bedding, stuff like that as well. Besides,
I love that. I love that. And I think something that maybe the toy drive itself doesn't necessarily easily explain because of the name, right? Most of us are doing very specific toy drives.
Yeah.
However, a lot of the groups we're going to talk tonight, San Antonio, thank you guys so much for being kind of the first to mention it. Ghostbusters knows no boundaries. That's trying to do a little bit of good. A toaster, man-eating or otherwise, is going to serve a heck of a purpose.
Yeah.
And I love that organization. I love that you guys were able to find a group like that to work with. Is that something that a member of the group knew about, or is that something that you guys just found organically?
We were looking for a place. We had done Meals on Wheels in the past, and it was awesome being in an Ecto, driving up, delivering food to elderly. That was really cool. But we were looking for, one of the guys in our group, Ted, he wanted to do a toy drive. So we're like, hey, let's do it. And we went on a tour at their local facility for CASA, and just hearing some of the things that these kids had to go through just tore our hearts. I mean, and we want to do whatever we could. We've been to some of their events. Some of their events you're not allowed to be at if the kids are there because of the trauma that they've been with. But we try to do everything we can to help with them.
I love that. I love that. It's just such a beautiful thing that such a when you rewatch the first Ghostbusters, there's not like a PSA in the middle. That's like, by the way, be a good person. But I would argue that their friendship in that film are really goal-inducing, right? Like, I think all of us when we were kids, those of us that kind of knew about Ghostbusters, tried to grab a few friends and play Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
San Antonio, you guys are correct me if I'm wrong, you guys are kind of a bigger group. What's your member roster looking like nowadays?
We run about between 20 to 30 on a good day when we run them. When a movie comes, you get people coming out of the woodwork that, hey, I want to be on the team. But, we have sister groups. Austin's right down just an hour away. I know Yellow Rose is going to be on later. RGV is going to be on later. Our Dallas groups are going to be on later. If someone's in town or if someone needs help, we're always borrowing or helping when we can. I love my sister group. So,
well, that you guys again, the Texas groups really tend to do it really well. I constantly see you guys in your social media posts working together. You see all those amazing patches, kind of just muddled together. It's just such a beautiful thing. I think what sometimes happens, at least from my point of view, and I'm not sure if it feels this way there as well, but sometimes if you just look at some of the Ghostbuster fan pages, it feels like there's a lot of tribalism. And yet we come to this toy drive and there's none. It seems like, and again, I know that there's exceptions that prove the rule, but if you look at any group that's absolutely crushing it with fundraisers, toy drives, donating toasters to these young adults who need it to be able to feed themselves. Those strudels aren't going to toast themselves. I noticed that the tribalism goes completely away. If you do a ton of good, everyone's happy to work together. Everyone's happy to help each other wherever we can. I see it every single day. I think this toy drive is one of the best examples. And I think Texas is a perfect framework for how multiple groups can serve sometimes nearby.
Buffalo came out to our toy drive.
Exactly
at the
right.
firehouse.
We're trying to catch up.
Shocked and amazed. I was like, "That's so awesome!"
It's amazing. So I'm adding it to my list.
So
now I got to get down. I got to get down to San Antonio.
Didn't we talk about this last year? That
we're just gonna do a road trip.
We're gonna do a road trip across America.
We just need each group to volunteer someone's couches for us to borrow.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I gotta ask you, in all of your, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Sorry, all y'all were talking about experiences earlier. You know, like
Yes.
I went to the 2019 Ghostbuster Con that was in California, and I didn't buy like the most expensive ticket. Me and my wife went bought the cheap ticket because the experience what it was. I met so many awesome groups. I'm one of those, if like you were saying about traveling, I've been to Arizona, I've been to other groups, and I will contact. I had dinner with Arizona one time when I was just in town in Tempe. I think it's great if you're in a town and you learn from each other, you know. And when I was starting off with this group, we've been around 10 years, but when I took over, I didn't know how to run a 501c or you got to learn from other people, and that's you got to be brotherly and have that. It's the season right now.
Yeah.
Beautifully said.
Yeah.
Beautifully said. I see some of the other Texas groups in the chat. They were kind of jumping up to talk about how ego-free and how positive you all keep it. You guys are absolutely doing it right. Again, you can find information on how to help out their donation drive over on whoyougonnacall.org. All that info is right there. Make sure you check them out. And remember, every single group you see tonight, make sure you try to follow them on social media. Show that virtual love. But thank you so much for joining us this year, my friend. Before we let you go, we do have to ask the most important question. What's your favorite Christmas song?
Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer by Gene Autry.
Oh,
this guy came prepared.
I mean, it's not really a bad Christmas song.
I'm sure we'll find one. We'll find one. We'll find one.
Great pick.
Great job with your fundraising so far. Thank you so much for joining tonight, and we hope to see you in 2025. We'll be watching all the success you guys have this year.
Yeah, have a good one.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you. Bye.
Well,
it's slime time.
It's updated again, and it is slime time. We're at 1670, heading right down to our 2024 goal. How positively charged is this slime? I just
minimally. It's from Amazon, so they gave us. We're ready for it.
I'm a little bit of a slime snob.
Okay, this looks like Jello. Actually,
please do not eat the slime.
Look at the way it jiggles.
Are we talking about me, or are we talking about the slime?
Ooh, this is fun. Oh, it's so warm. Okay.
Ladies first.
Oh my goodness, I have to take my.
I at least partially expect like some burning.
Should we put our hand in together?
I do think so. Do you want me to help? Yeah.
Yeah.
Ready?
Okay. Ready.
Little team effort. Oh, it is very warm.
Oh, it feels lovely.
It's a little lumpy.
Yeah. There's some ASMR for you. Oh wait, should we bring it closer?
Oh, do you?
I don't know if you.
Are you gonna try to squish it? Try to squish it for them.
No, but that's gross.
I feel like they might pay extra. I feel like.
Nope. Oh wait.
Oh, there's a sound.
Crackle.
I don't know if you guys can hear
crackle.
that, but this is.
This is actually a lot of fun.
I was very tempted.
What are these?
I was very tempted, like Orbeez. It feels like I was very tempted.
Why is this chunky?
Well,
Do we know?
Well, it's
is
not.
Is it mystery chunks? Okay.
There's not a prize. Chunk. You fully expect the prize. You're like, where's the tiny marshmallow man?
There's a good chunk right there.
That is one of the weirdest.
It looks like a dinosaur.
It does a little. Look.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see that. Yeah.
Okay. Someone somewhere is screenshotting this.
This is so much fun, though.
This is you keep doing that. Okay. Can you with your non-slimed hands see who our next guest is?
Look at that, just like the movie.
It is like this does feel very like movie ready.
Yeah, look at that.
Minus the I mean, that could be a whole new ghost.
This is like real slime. Wow.
Well, it's definitely real slime.
Yeah.
This is we don't mess around.
Yeah. So this is perfect height.
What if it says like do not touch with human hands, like only handle with gloves?
I think this was actually, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it said like you could put this in the bath with your kids.
Excellent.
And I was like, what? Yeah.
All right. Well, if we hit 10 grand, you can see. Just fill up the Ghostbusters 2 bubble bath.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay.
All right, Luna's in. New calendar goal.
2 more packets. So yeah, if we hit $10,000.
Okay. I'll play Baby Oscar. I'll play Baby Oscar. Someone get me a 5XL Winnie the Pooh onesie. Let's go ahead.
This is actually perfect timing because we've got 2 lovely videos prepared for you people. So that
I do like that you considered calling them bumpers because our producer called it a bumper, and then you were like, "I'm just gonna call them videos."
Yeah, it's like they're not gonna know what bumper means. So we're gonna play those bumpers so that we can go wash our hands. Hopefully it comes off.
Are you
Otherwise,
gonna
we're gonna
call?
have 1 sticky hand each for the rest of
Context, man. We gotta make sure.
Look at that.
I don't like that part of the slime is cooling.
So much fun. Yeah, it was nice and warm.
This is because we love you guys,
Yeah.
and because you love us.
Yeah.
So let's kick it.
Thank you guys so much for doing 500. It's amazing. We get to play with slime now.
Oh boy, we'll prep the
Chunky
next
slime.
chunky slime. Let's go to the video.
Merry, Merry, oh, Merry Christmas to you all, and please have a
Hi, I'm Billy Alessi. And I'm Bobby Alessi. You know, we had the great honor to be part of the first Ghostbusters movie with our song, Saving the Day. We know that Christmas is a very special time for everyone, especially children. So we'd like to wish you all a very happy holiday.
And we like to wish you all a Merry Christmas.
Hello, and welcome to the New York City Ghostbusters annual Toy Drive Telethon. I'm Robin Shelby, Slimer from Ghostbusters 2, and the voice of Lady Slimer from Ghostbusters Answer the Call. This telethon is just another example of the good that you do for your community. Keep doing great work. I know it's going to be a great success. And I know you're talking about Christmas songs, right? So my favorite Christmas song is I'll Be Home for Christmas, because it kind of talks about where your heart is for the holidays and the people that you want to be with. So I hope you all have an amazing holiday, being where you want to be and who you want to be with. Know I love you, and thank you for doing all that you do. Love you guys. Bye. Mwah.
Hey guys. Okay, we washed our hands. That was very interesting.
Trying not to destroy the studio.
So when I put soap on my hands, it made it worse.
Yeah.
And it got more and more stretchy. So apparently you have to put like a special powder on your hands to get it off, which we did. We're good now. But that was a lot of fun.
I will say this: a lot of different teams of slime.
Mm-hmm.
New York City specializes in one of my absolute favorite slime tables with all the kids. You donate a little extra.
Mm-hmm.
Long Island, we do our own slime. We don't do a slime lab. We just do kind of pre-made slime. Ours is the stickiest mess.
Yeah.
I'm so glad that stuff came off at all, because part of me was like, I'm doing the rest of the show like, wow, this is my strong hand.
Yeah. Well,
This is what Christmas is about, and you guys are going to get to see more antics. We're just about to hit $1,700.
Yeah.
I'm blown away by the generosity. It's very exciting that we are not sponsored tonight. This water is brought to you by the Toy Drive. Who do we got next, Luna?
Yeah. Do we have Windy City on deck, Nick? Nice. Okay, so why don't we welcome Windy City onto the telethon? I like that. Onto the telethon.
Look at that punum.
Hi.
Oh, hey there, everybody. How are you? Happy holidays to the both of you.
How are you, Bob? I love that backdrop. That's
Thank you. I get to start my job right after this, so it's spooky thing for me just runs from this. I'm like, they get the spooky Bob too.
I love it. I love it. Bob, we got to start off with the easy one. Hopefully you prepared an answer. Favorite Christmas song?
I do. Carol of Bells. It's just like that hype moment, in Home Alone when he's running and you get that 10 out of 10.
I think that's my favorite.
Okay.
Right now it's my favorite.
I'm also changing my vote because any song from Muppet Christmas Carol.
Yeah.
Including the Love Is Gone, which makes me cry, but that's okay.
By the way, Charles, it is, and they called upon the Rumpa Pum Pum. I Google searched it.
And it just starts
Thank you.
there?
That's where it starts, and they call upon the
Okay.
Rumpa Pum Pum.
Not only is Bob one of my favorite busters, not only is Windy City one of my favorite groups, he came with the fact check.
Yeah.
We got a backup man in the chair. Nick is doing a tremendous job, but we got next year. Bob has to come in to just like double check things for our bad memories. Bob, Windy City Ghostbusters, you guys feel like you've been an established group for a really long time.
11
Do you have
years.
on hand how long ago?
11 years this year.
Woo!
Nice.
The moment you get over a decade, I don't know if you guys feel this way, but the minute I had, my 10-year anniversary isn't up yet. 2016 was the first time I like suited and booted for charity. I had a couple Halloweens where I dressed up, but I know I'm feeling like more pressure. Like every year I got to do more. I don't know if it feels the same way for Windy City because you guys absolutely crush your toy drive and fundraisers every year. What do you got going on this year, my friend?
Oh my word. So next weekend, because we have two really, really, really big events for our toy drives, right? So are you guys familiar with professional wrestling at all?
Am I familiar? I got a too sweet on my patch, baby.
Next weekend, we are doing an event at Rocket Pro Wrestling in Joliet, Illinois with Joe Hendry.
Amazing. Well, I believe in Joe Hendry.
So do I. So I said his name and he appeared. And then on December 15th, the Windy City Ghostbusters are going to be partnering with Sony Wonderverse to be bringing the Ghostbusters Christmas brunch at Sony Wonderverse. You can come there. It is $10. They have a ticketed event for the brunch, but for Santa, it's $10 a picture, or you get you bring a new toy in and you get your photo taken for free. And then that night we hit right over to the Ollie store and we start spending money that we raised. Last year we had 1,000 and some odd toys. This year I think I can't spoil too much, but I think we're already crushing it. So
nice.
Amazing.
I don't want to spoil anything, but when the photos come out, it's going to be impressive. That's all I gotta say.
You know what I love about that though? No matter how much you're crushing it, you can always crush it a little more.
Exactly. And I think we all have to live up to like Dave Humphrey's status in West Virginia, because that man's toy drive is out of this world. So you're always trying to build up to that, right? That to me is goals. So that's what we got going on is the Wonderverse stuff, and we have that Joe Hendry wrestling event, and we have boxes scattered all across the south and southeast suburbs of Chicago. So you should check us out all around.
Absolutely amazing. And of course, you can find all that information. Who you're going to call .org. You can find that information. Also, you, of course, can use that same website to find all their social medias. But Bob, in the years that you've been suiting up for good, what's one of your favorite memories?
All right. So Dan Aykroyd, one year we did the Ghostbusters fan fest. That's what the name was. We did the Ghostbusters fan fest, and Dan Aykroyd came to our table, and everybody knew what I was. I paid this top dollar ticket just to pitch my podcast to Dan Aykroyd to come on it, because I run a paranormal podcast called Bob After Dark. You can find that wherever you find podcasts at. Bam. Sorry guys, I had to do it. Yeah. So Dan Aykroyd comes to our table for breakfast, and there's this really touching live video clip of everybody kind of backing away from Dan at our breakfast. I'm going to tear up because of it. Dan Aykroyd comes around and he stops at our table, and I'm like, hey, let me talk to you about Bob After Dark, right? And then he came back around again and stopped in front of me. He's like, you're probably one of the most interesting people I've met in a while. And he's like, hey, what are you and your friends doing at the beginning of Fan Fest? And I said, oh, we're just walking in. He's like, oh, no, you're coming to my paranormal panel, right? I'm like, well, we don't know our schedule. He's like, you're coming to my paranormal panel. And he's like, you guys are also going to sit in the front row. If somebody gives you problems, you tell them Danny said you could sit there. And here I am in this thing, and I have the guy from Beyond Fact or Fiction in front of me. And he's just like talking at me, and it's pretty wild. And there's Dan Aykroyd. Halfway through Dan Aykroyd's like press conference, when he's talking about the paranormal, he talks about his grandfather's books. And he's like, I think they're still in print on Amazon. And then he turned to me and he's like, Bob Anderson, are my grandfather's books still in print on Amazon? I'm like, yeah. And he's like, I kid you not. And then he said, you know, this man runs a very popular podcast called Bob After Dark. And you could think my entire universe just kind of crashed in on itself. And that was a moment. I've been chasing him ever since. I just saw him at a vodka thing we had at Wonderverse. Pitched him again to come on Bob After Dark. So Mr. Aykroyd, if this gets back to you, it's a long awaited date, my friend.
Uncle Dan, you got to do it. It's meant to be. This holiday season, we gotta put some of that positive energy forward. I think that collab needs to happen.
I think so. And speaking of positive energy, I might have one more thing to tell you guys before I skedoodle out. Okay. So as some of you guys may know across the community, since back in May, I've been running the Ghostbusters tabletop RPG sessions, right? And I've been treating it in this own universe called the Bobverse. I know it's very creative. And what it is all the Ghostbuster franchises in the Bobverse exist in this universe. So, you know, for example, Ryan Espin's one of my normal players that play in the sessions. It's Ryan Espin, the Ghostbuster in Bobverse. He's typically the smelly one. I did make him smelly his first one because he had to dip on the session, and I did that. But you know, so what we're doing with those though is we're raising money for Extra Life, which is another separate charity that the Bob After Dark's on a platform for. And I come in it's a long story short, charity of gamers that raise money for Children's Miracle Hospitals. And in my neck of the woods, that would be Ann and Lori Roberts Children's Hospital. So that's what Extra Life's doing. Windy City Ghostbusters is La Rabida Hospital, by the way, just throwing that out there. But I just wanted to say, as far as Ghostbusters community is concerned, I just sat down and looked at my numbers because every session, the Ghostbusters community donates money during the session. And I'm proud to say that the Ghostbusters in 4 sessions have raised $3,500 for Extra Life.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah,
great job to you, the team.
Yeah.
So because you guys did so well, I'm gonna give you guys a world exclusive.
Oh.
Okay. The next episode of the Bobverse is going to be December 21st of this month, and it's our last big push for Extra Life for the year. So if you guys are interested, there's going to be a certain goat demon Santa Claus who's going to be the main big bad guy. I think his name's Krampus. So just that's all I got for you. So December 21st at 7 or 8 p.m. Eastern. More about that when it comes out.
I love that. I love that. Bob, thank you so much for all you do. Thank you so much to the teammates over at Windy City Ghostbusters for the amazing stuff you do. And again, if we bump into him first, we're going to make sure Uncle Dan makes that podcast.
Thank you, guys. Whatever it takes, right?
I mean, I don't want to say that, like, probably what he would notice is if, like, me and Luna showed up on the show at some point, too. We're kind of doing the podcast rounds now. So we'll talk about that at another time.
Deal right
here. It's buy one, get one free.
Buy one, get one free.
It's like
you guys are the best. Thank you guys so much. And hey, look, y'all, we need to kill this goal. So I know some of my people that watch from the Bobverse get just $1. Everybody who does it for $1 would get us to the goals, right? So
that's right.
It's just $1.
Every buck counts. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Windy City Ghostbusters. Can't wait to have them back next year. That's amazing.
Yeah, that is amazing.
We do want to give a special showcase. You know, the number popped up so aggressively.
It did.
I had a sinking suspicion
like,
it might be a specific donation. How did it go?
Or should we make it a little more festive?
Let's hear it.
Should we go like ho ho ho?
Let's do. I don't know what would that sound like. Let me hear the cat. Let me hear your ho ho ho. That was like a bobcat.
Maybe we'll do both.
I like that the cat got bass. The cat was trying to keep its job. I think it's now both.
Doesn't make any sense.
We want to give a special shout out to Ray Esposito, representing the Connecticut Ghostbusters. My gosh, the generosity, a $750 donation.
I can't.
They're going to not only hop in the Ecto, they're going to get other stuff too. I imagine they loop back around. Just get whatever they want. They get to take something out of the Ecto, steering column, whatever you want. Thank you so much. Again, with that $750 donation, they hit the Gatekeeper Giver tier, which is the Ecto Tour, the shirt, the pins, the holiday, the holiday postcard, the New York Comic-Con exclusive print, and a sticker. But for even $10, you get yourself some amazing, amazing giveaways. Again, you're seeing right now on the board the $10, $25, $40, $75, $100, and the $600 tiers. But get them all if you can.
I
If you can.
really want that Slimer pin. I need it.
But most importantly, even if all you have to donate is $1, you're making a huge difference.
Yes.
We're going to welcome on our next guest. After that next guest, our next little sub tier will get to be enjoyed. But who do we have next?
We've got is Confluence Valley on deck.
Dana, you ready for us? I heard that there was no Dana, but apparently we're going to prove it wrong.
Only Zool.
All right, let's bring them on. The Confluence Valley Ghostbusters.
Hey.
Dana, how are you, my friend?
Doing good. How are you?
We're absolutely phenomenal. Thank you so much for joining us this beautiful holiday season. I got to tell you, what a great name for a crew. Confluence Valley. Is that actually the name of a town? Is that the name of a city? Or is it just a great name you guys came up with?
So actually what it is, so we're actually right on the border between Washington and Idaho. And we actually have a confluence where two rivers meet that actually make the state border. So we incorporated, instead of the line going through Moogly, it's actually the confluence going through him. And we've got like tons of wineries and all kinds of stuff. So our patch is very significant of our area. So like the Dogwoods, we got the confluence there.
I got to tell you, I'm not bright. I thought that was just trying to be a peace symbol. I thought it was like just trying to be a very fancy. I love that logo though.
I have a question because I'm a city girl.
You don't know what a valley is?
I don't know what a confluence is. What is a confluence?
That has nothing to do with being a city girl. That's not owning a thesaurus.
Wait, it sounds like it's like a geographical thing. Yes? Is it a river?
Yeah.
Lake?
So basically it's where two rivers merge.
Literally in his explanation.
And just remember, knowing is half the battle.
That's true.
It is.
Part-time Ghostbuster, part-time. I guarantee that there are bodies of water.
Any
There's plumbing.
in New York City,
I've seen the Ninja Turtles on those floats. There's all sorts of. We got G.I. Joe reference. We got Ninja Turtles reference, and we're all Ghostbusters. Three good tastes that go great together. What's some of the great toy drives you guys have going on this year, or great events you have going on this holiday season?
So, I mean, we're a pretty small area. Altogether, we've got maybe 45,000 people that live in the immediate area, and my town is only about 7,000. So we're relatively small. So typically, what we like to do is we service St. Vincent de Paul Christmas Connection. So basically, what that is, it's an organization that helps low-income families and foster families basically have a good Christmas. So we start fundraising in October. There's not a lot of live events that we can do here just because we are so small. So around Halloween is really when we do the drive real hard and raise a lot of money for them. And when we go shopping, typically it's for the age brackets of like 12 to 18-year-old kids, because everybody gets them for the kiddos, but not everybody gets them for, the teens and everything else. So we try to go more on that side of things. And then we also show up for their actual distribution. So we hang out with Santa and we help people pack, all the stuff out to their cars and take pictures. And it's just a really good charity. We really enjoy helping them out.
I love that with such I imagine a close community. You guys must really be talked about. Like, I imagine everyone knows your antics going on once they see those flight suits coming out.
Well, and I work in healthcare, and I've been recognized at my job. So they're like, not to be weird, but are you one of the Ghostbusters in town? I'm like, I am.
They're like, you're permitted to be weird. That's the goal.
Cool to have like everyone like you're the Ghostbuster.
I love that. What's one of your favorite memories in your time you've been suiting and booting?
Oh man, there's been a lot of them. We actually, probably my favorite memory so far was made this year. So we were doing the Frozen Empire movie premiere here at the cinema, and we actually had mom and dad come in, and they're like, "Hey, can we get pictures with you guys?" And it's like, "Yeah, absolutely, why not?" Well, then he sent us a YouTube video that he had made. He was a digital creator. And so he sent us a picture with us and his kiddos and them watching the movie, and sent us this message saying, you know, thank you for helping us create some memories with our son tonight for his birthday. And it was super cool. It was just, that's probably one of our favorite memories. So.
Oh, I love that so much. What a beautiful moment to have. And like you said, I'm sure there's dozens and dozens of those moments. What you guys do is so beautiful. And there's something really magical about when it is a smaller community, being able to take that kind of smaller area, you know, joy and that Christmas spirit, and to be able to spread it out as far as you guys do is such an amazing thing. I'm so glad to be able to look across at the Confluence Valley guys and girls and know that they're our brethren and doing good, because that's what it's all about ultimately.
Yeah.
Well, and it's cool, you know, being reached out to from some of these bigger groups, these franchises on the East Coast that are, I mean, we've got 10 people maybe, and you know, you guys have 65, 70. I mean, it's just amazing. It blows my mind, you know, and it's really cool to be, you know, kind of incorporated as kind of the small dog on the porch, you know what I'm saying? And just that the community that we share, and you know, it's awesome.
There is no such thing as a small franchise. We've saw what 4 Ghostbusters could do. 10 is an army. So
well, and what's even better, so one of the communities around here, the town is maybe 500 people. Like, it's a small farming community, and they put this event on every year. It's called Haunted Palouse. And the town is so small that they actually get volunteers to dress up as different things. So you'll have ghouls, you'll have you know, Wendigos. And one of our members, actually, he walks on stilts. He actually comes as a ghost to our event.
Cool.
So he came as Beetlejuice this year, but on stilts. And, you know, they absolutely loved it. Yeah, pretty much. And one of the events, the guy came up, he's like, hey, there's actually it's like a paintball zombie field type thing. And they're like, hey, can the Ghostbusters take these people through these zombie grounds, you know, kind of lead them with the PKEs and stuff like that. And then the zombies kind of rush you, and you shoot them with paintballs, and you have to get through different obstacles, and there's cars and all kinds of things that you can use to block them. And it's cool. But the last 2 years, like first part of September, they're already asking us to come back.
Nice.
Yeah. So it's really cool. We have a lot of fun doing it.
I love that, Daniel. Well, again, you and your crew, keep doing what you're doing. Keep kicking all the butt out of your fundraisers. Of course, you can find the information on their toy drives, all on whoyougonnacall.org, but also you can find all their social media information. Give them a follow. They might have a smaller roster, but they have big hearts, and you guys are doing amazing work year after year. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Good luck with all of your endeavors, and hopefully we see you in 2025.
Sounds good, guys. Thank you, and good luck on your drive too. You guys are almost there. I'm watching it go up. So you guys are doing awesome. Keep up the good work.
You too, my friend. Until next time.
Yep. Take care.
Let's keep the party going.
Yeah, we've got Cherryland next.
Cherryland on deck. Let's bring them into the show.
Making me hungry. For cherries.
Well, luckily we got some marshmallows for you coming up soon.
Hello.
Nate!
Hi.
Nate,
how's it going?
Kids call him, I heard.
Yeah.
How are you, my friend?
Good. How are you guys?
Wonderful, wonderful. You know our favorite question tonight. What's your favorite Christmas carol or Christmas song?
Okay, so I've been thinking about this for a while. There is do you guys know who the McKenzie brothers are?
Yes.
Their version of 12 Days of Christmas.
Was a nod of she was like,
They have their version of 12 Days of Christmas.
One more time, Nate.
They have their version of 12 Days of Christmas that I absolutely love.
That's amazing. What a beautiful,
I'll have to look it
beautiful. Yeah, see that ultimately you can rewatch this and just build the greatest playlist of Christmas hits. That's the goal.
We should make one and put it on Spotify.
Done.
Make it Telethon.
We can take credit for that, but you do all the work.
I will.
Yay!
Yeah, because there's a lot of regional stuff that I remember as a kid of, like, especially in the Midwest, there's a lot of like Yoopers and Scandinavian, like local, like polka bands that did music on the radio, but I doubt you guys ever heard that. You know, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's peculiar because some of that stuff winds up getting it, like making its way to us, and some doesn't.
Yeah.
So, like, I'll be on a car ride with a Ghostbuster, and around this time of year, if they're from another area, they're just hitting their mix, and I'm like, never once have I heard the
Yes.
song that you grew up with. But Nate, why don't you tell us about some of the great fundraisers you have going on?
Yeah, so this Saturday from 11 to 3, we will have our Fill the Ectos, because we have more than one Ecto this year. Fill the Ecto Toy Drive at Five Below in Traverse City, which, if this is a map of Michigan, we're way up here. Okay. And we're going to be having all kinds of cosplayers. A local baseball team's mascot will be showing up. We've got our local radio station, and one of their DJs will be there. We've got our local Comic-Con supporting us, and we're hoping to outdo what we did last year, which was the first year we did it. And we've been partnering with the Toys for Tots in the area. They cover kind of a 5-county region. We just represented them at the toy or a light parade that we had last weekend in the town, because they had their own kickoff at the exact same time.
Oh, amazing.
So it was kind of nice to just like represent them at a parade and have a big banner that says like Toys for Tots and everything. But yeah, we have that going on. We are volunteering to collect at a couple businesses on behalf of Toys for Tots, where the box is out, we go pick it up, we drop it off, all the collected toys. And we've got a couple members that have Ectos that are doing that as well. So we've got a lot going on.
I love that.
Awesome.
I love that. Do you have a question for Nate?
You
could steal one of the ones from the classic list.
You go.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Nate, I gotta know, in the time you guys have been around Cherryland Ghostbusters, I feel like I always see your patches. I'm always seeing your great social media posts. How long have you guys been around?
Officially since 2016.
Oh, beautiful.
Or unofficially, yeah, probably 2018 is when it like rose to something bigger. But 2016 kind of off, a tiny bit.
2016, you start talking about designing the patch.
Right.
2018, you start using that patch for good. I love that. What's one of your favorite memories of your time with the Cherryland Ghostbusters?
So it's actually, there's a lot. And some of the other people's, I'm like, oh man, I wish I had the chance to have some of these memories. But mine was really recently. I have not had the greatest year outside of Ghostbusters. And feel a little down, and we went and did our annual downtown Halloween walk, where we always set up in front of this big, well-known theater. We've been doing it since 2018 or 2019, and more than one person mentioned that they had photos of their kids. So it's like a trunk or treat type event with businesses. More than one person had mentioned that they had photos of every year with their kids with us.
Oh,
and just
like a hype chart.
Yes. And it getting my brain of like, we've been doing this for close to like 6 years of just this event.
Wow.
Was like kind of mind blowing to me of like, oh yeah, this is why it's worth it to do this stuff.
Well, that's beautiful.
You don't realize the impact you make until someone says something sometimes.
The weirdest thing to me is when you see a kid and you're like, why do you look familiar? Mm-hmm. And they'll have a photo in their phone. They'll have a patch that you made 5 years. It's the wildest thing.
Yeah.
Nate, that's so beautiful. Obviously, you can follow Cherryland Ghostbusters. You can find all their social media information, all their toy drive info. Mm-hmm. You know where to go. Who are you going to call? .org.
We are on there. We are on there.
We do. Of course you are. Of course.
Yeah.
Nate, you guys don't mess around. You might be on the younger side of groups, but you guys have done a tremendous job since 2018. But really, 2016, that's where the work started. So that's where you get accredited for. But Nate, thank you so much for joining us for the Toy Drive. We look forward to hearing about all your successes and look forward to hopefully talking to you next year when you guys absolutely crush all your goals.
And everybody keep donating. Let's get to that goal tonight.
Oh, everyone wants to be pied. This is starting to feel.
I want to see that.
Nate, Merry Christmas.
It better be a cherry pie too.
And thank you so much, buddy.
Have a good one.
You too.
Thank you.
We're going to keep the party rolling now. We are running a little bit behind, so we're going to keep going. Do you want to just run the next interview and I'll start popping in 24 marshmallows in my mouth?
No.
Do you want? We want to do it together?
We have a little bit of time.
Okay, so perfect. So we just got to remember
we just got to get through the
they're coming. We did get the supply, and I got to tell you,
it's here.
24 marshmallows are scarier than I thought they were. But our lovely assistant tonight, playing Janine tonight, one of the greatest background characters of the New York City Ghostbuster community, is helping us out. But we're going to keep moving down the road. Southern Belle Ghostbusters, are you ready for us? And are you ready to pop in? If so, bring them down. We're over that $1,800 mark.
Hey guys, thank you so much for having us here.
Of course, Cher. Thank you so much for joining us. I gotta say, I love the hat.
Yeah.
That is some of the fluffiest Santa hat in action I think I've ever seen.
Absolutely.
Southern Belle Ghostbusters, one of my favorite names of any group. Immediately brings to mind a litany of visuals, gets you excited about it. Why don't you tell us a little bit about your group?
Well, we started in 2016, and we're the Southern Belle Ghostbusters because we were originally an all-girl group. We were based on the 2016 movie, which I know wasn't the most popular, but we've had a great time with our team. We have grown so much in the past few years, so up to about 16 active members now, all across up and down the Eastern Seaboard, North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, and Maryland. And we have been excited to be able to do a lot of great things with our group.
That's amazing.
Awesome.
You know what's funny, Cher? I think now that more time has moved on, I mentioned it earlier in the show. I think a lot of that weird kind of, I always get afraid to call it tribalism, right? Because I don't want it to come across as nasty. Because the truth is, I don't know any active groups that have opinions that go beyond, did this bring more people into the fray?
Absolutely.
If 2016 did nothing else, not my favorite movie. Ghostbusters 2 is my favorite, which plenty of people for decades lampooned, right? For the longest time, they were like, you like Ghostbusters 2? Not a real fan. Then that turned into 2016. Then it turned into Afterlife. Then it turned into Frozen Empire. Like, we get it. You really like the original. Me too.
Yeah.
But the truth is, not even Ghostbusters 2. It's the cartoon for me, which Egon was blonde. Everyone's Technicolor.
I love the cartoon. Yeah,
it's amazing. But Cher, I got to tell you, as someone who's seen these kids now grow up, 2016, what it really did was it brought a big influx of children fans. And that's something that Afterlife and Frozen Empire have continued to do. So anyone who tries to diminish the value of what 2016 did for this community, they just don't have all the facts. I'm so glad to hear that your group grew out of that. But Cher, I got to tell you, I'm really jealous of the first guy who joined the group. What a great group to join. Just surrounded by an army of ladybusters is the way that life should be. That's kind of the dream. Cher, what's one of your favorite memories of suiting up in your time with the Southern Belle Ghostbusters?
Well, definitely one of my favorite memories is this was a few years ago, but we have several ecto conversions in our group. And we had pulled off, we were at an event, I don't remember which event it was, but we had pulled off to get gas at a local gas station. And another car pulled up to get gas as well, and it was with a family. Well, that family was leaving Florida in the wake of a hurricane. They were having to relocate and take their whole family elsewhere to be safe and after that storm. And the young boy with them, it was his birthday. And what a terrible thing to have to do on your birthday, evacuate your home and leave for who knows how long. So we pulled out all of the things that we had, we could give him. We had some pins, we had some other memorabilia. We let him take all the pictures he wanted with the cars. And we were really glad to be able to make that young man's birthday a little bit better in the light of what he had going on.
That's out of a movie. That is out of like a Christmas themed movie. Be like, oh, our house might get blown away. Hey, here's a bunch of Ghostbuster things. That's the greatest. That must have also been the most confusing for the parents. Like, it's getting really bad if the hurricane is haunted. We're in trouble.
Well, you could tell they were like, what are these people doing here? But the little boy loved Ghostbusters, and we were so glad to be able to give him a little bit of fun on his birthday with everything else he had going on.
Oh, I love that so much. I absolutely love that. Cher, why don't you tell us about some of the great fundraisers you have going on right now?
Yeah, absolutely. So as everybody knows, the western part of our state here in North Carolina got hit really hard by Hurricane Helene. And we have been working with a local campground up in that area to help bring a little cheer to some of the families that are displaced by the storm. We went and did a trunk or treat event for them, bring a little Halloween fun for them who might otherwise not be able to get it. And we had hoped to be able to do a Christmas event, but that's been postponed due to logistics, resources. They've already had winter weather set in up there, which makes the already, uncertain roads much worse. And in fact, we're supposed to get snow in our area here in Charlotte, which is unusual for us this time of year.
Uh-oh.
So instead of doing that, yeah, I know, right? So we're doing a toy drive to help support that organization or that campground. We're also hoping to get hats, scarves, gloves, because it gets really cold in our mountains in the winter. And we're doing that at, yeah, and we're hoping to be able to collect a lot of things for them. The fundraiser, the drive is on December 15th at Charlotte Comic-Con, which is one of our regular annual events. The con has been really great about letting us set up there to get in donations. And we hope to be able to take them up ourselves, weather and roads depending. But if not, we're working on connecting with other organizations that can take everything up and make sure they get to where they need to be.
I love
Awesome.
that. Again, that spirit of kind of connecting
Yeah.
with other groups to get the job done, even outside of the Ghostbuster fandom.
Yeah,
That's a
absolutely.
brilliant strategy.
Cher, before we let you go, we have to ask you, what is your favorite Christmas song?
Oh, God. I think I've been thinking about this. My favorite Christmas song is We Wish You a Merry Christmas, performed by the Muppets.
Yes!
Great pick.
Yeah, you can't beat that.
Sharing the team. I'm just falling more and more in love with your group.
Amazing.
What great taste. Thank you so much for joining
Thank
us.
you.
Good luck with your toy drives, your fundraisers, getting those mittens for everybody. Good luck with the con, and thank you so much. We look forward to hearing about all the successes over on whoyougonnacall.org. We also look forward for you guys joining us again next year. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays.
Thank you guys, and Merry Christmas, and good luck with your fundraiser.
Merry Christmas.
That pie's coming. I'm very, very afraid. Thanks, Cher.
All right, I'm actually feeling a little bit hungry right now. And since
Oh.
we're behind, why don't we we'll just shove
Just go.
24 really
All right,
fast.
sweet.
Okay. All right, so we've
So
got.
are we gonna have like an announced count, or are we just gonna pop them in? Oh, boy.
Yeah, can you count for us?
Can you count out loud for us as you're mid chew? I think the mic may not actually even pick it up. Ready?
Ready? Okay. Count.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You're only halfway there. Come on, keep going.
I think we're in trouble. You got two of them.
I can't fit anymore. Okay. 16? 18? 19? Wait, what up to 18? I can put 3 in my mouth.
20.
22.
2 more. 23, 24.
I love that.
These comments are too funny. Oh my god.
Oh boy.
Okay, I hope that entertains you guys.
Whose idea was this?
It was my idea.
You're a monster. I'm gonna have
Oh my god.
one for good luck.
Yeah. I actually am hungry.
They were
so-
kind of delicious.
Yeah.
Oh boy. My head hurts. Still sitting. Can you
God.
please save us from ourselves?
Please.
I gotta tell you, Stimpo's pretty delicious.
Yeah.
I think Peter missed
Yes.
out only getting the little bit on his head.
Mhm.
Like you just go home. I mean, it exploded. So that's like the inside of the haunted marshmallow.
It really, everyone should have been like, when snowflakes fall and you're like,
You put your tongue out for the snowflake.
put your tongue out for the marshmallows.
So you think somewhere Peck was like, that's how he won the election. He's like, marshmallows delicious.
Yes.
I believe it was a fake hologram.
I made it snow marshmallows. All right, Steel City, we are ready for you. Hey,
David. Oh, David, you might be muted, pal. Little technical difficulty. Or I have
love your shirt.
Or I have marshmallow in my ears.
Yeah.
Oh, David adjusting.
Oh,
look at the baby.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, now you're muted on the app. There should be a little unmute button. Hey!
There we go.
My headset died right when I was about to come on. Go figure.
Oh no! Sorry about that, David.
all
David,
right.
most important question: who's this little angel on your lap?
This would be my oldest daughter. She's going to be 2 in a couple days on the 9th. This is Gianna.
Happy almost birthday!
I'm sorry, what was her name? Hi.
Gianna.
Gianna. Hi, Gianna.
Gianna, those curls are to die for.
Right? Right?
David Schwartz, first of all, great shirt. Second of all, the
Thank you.
founder of the Steel City Ghostbusters. How long have you guys been in action? I feel like as long as I've known franchises exist, I've seen Steel City running around.
Yeah, I am proud to say that we are one of the. I think we're one of the first 10 major groups from 2008. So we've been around for 16 years.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, I'm very proud to say that we've been around for so long, and we are up to 40 members.
Wow!
We add every year. Every year we add more people. The next year we're going to be adding 2 more people. So yeah, we just keep building and growing, and it's awesome. Hey, no.
The PKE meter just filled.
Yeah.
Just
Oh,
the
that's
baby
awesome.
brought us over the top.
It was the baby.
We try.
The baby
It's the and you know what I will say, she's not wearing her suit, but she is a mini Ghostbuster. We do have a junior member here.
Oh, the next generation ready to
She's
soon
got to
bit
take over.
fruit,
She's
rather.
got to take over for Dad eventually. So
So, David, when you've been busting as long as you have,
yeah.
does it all just become a blur? Does
Yeah.
every event feel like a kissing cousin of the event before it?
Yeah. I mean, thankfully here in Steel City, we are very, very thankful to have so many diverse things that we do. Go see Barbara. Okay. We have so many diverse events that we do. Obviously, Monroeville being the land of the zombie.
Yes.
We have zombie events annually here. We're gearing up obviously for our annual event that we do. We raise money for every year called Stuff a Bus, which is by a local radio station that we've been doing that for 12 years now. Obviously our parades and everything.
Stuff a Bus. That's amazing.
Yeah, parades, everything else that other groups do. But we've done birthday parties, we've done bachelorette parties, we've been a part of a wedding party once. So
I have to know what happens at the bachelorette party.
So it was.
How do you sign up to perform at one?
So it wasn't so much as sign up; it was a spontaneous event. We were out in the city, just a random let's go do something after another event we had. And as we were walking through the city, this group of women saw us and they were bar hopping and they were like, "Hey, she's getting married soon. It's her bachelorette party. Do you guys want to come out and hang out?" And we were like, "Well, we'll stop and hang out for a little bit, but we're kind of playing it up. We're on duty. We have things." And so of course, one of my buddies who goes a little extra, he's scanning all of them and he's like, "I think you're overtaken by spirits. We might need to contain you and do some valences and everything else." So we got into it. They loved it. And I mean, it's any event we go to, we definitely are, we have fun no matter what. We just crossed off the Pittsburgh Pirates, which was a big one. When I started this group, it was just to have fun and go from there. Now it's a how much money can we raise for charity every year and beat that next year. But now it's just a kind of like a game of what corporations, what companies can we start to make our connections with. And I'm proud to say that we've done stuff with the Pittsburgh Pirates. We've done a few events with the Pittsburgh Penguins. They do an 80s night. We did a few events with them. Riverhounds, the soccer team here, we've done a few events with. And hopefully next year we are going to be on key with doing something with the Steelers, because they just started doing a Halloween event this year. We couldn't get in with them on time, but hopefully next year we'll be able to get on there.
That is absolutely spectacular.
Yeah,
Do you have a big toy drive you're doing this year?
We do every year. We do the Stuff a Bus event, and that's so our local radio station. It does it for Toys for Tots, and the whole gimmick of that is they literally stuff school buses, and they see how many school buses they can stuff every year. So
so much fun.
That's
awesome. So they go to a parking lot in the local Home Goods every year. They take over the parking lot for the week, and they fill bus after bus. And it's gotten to the point where like tomorrow night they're going to do a touch a truck event and a kids night. So as part of that, we're going to be out there. We actually are buddying up with a newer group in the area called Pittsburgh Cosplay for a Cause. They do all superheroes and stuff, and they're a newer group. So we kind of took them under our wing to help them get some connections, and they help us with some stuff we haven't been able to do. We just got to do an autism walk this year. They got us in touch with some people for like walks for dementia and some other stuff that we really want to get into. So it's been a great partnership with them. And like I said, they cover the superheroes, the Marvel, stuff like that. So it's a lot of fun to hang out with them.
Unbelievable. Well, you guys are doing such a wonderful job. You were able to start something that what's great is your kids will probably be suiting up in what will feel like no time. I'm not wishing it on you. I hope those years take a nice long time that those babies grow up. But when they are suiting and booting as main members or taking over the leadership roles, I hope you've helped build something really, really beautiful and really, really wonderful. We're so proud to be able to see groups like yours flourish. And we're super grateful they were able to join us tonight and kind of let the people know what you have going on. Of course, they can follow you by finding you on whoyougonnacall.org. They can follow your exploits on all your social media. But David, I'm just so happy to wish you a very Merry Christmas, a wonderful, happy holiday. And we look forward to keeping going with you next year.
Real quick, Charlie, before I go, I know you're heavily involved in independent wrestling, correct?
That's right. Yeah, I love it.
I did independent wrestling for 13 years.
My man.
I started in 2009. I dabble in it here now, every once in a while now. So if I'm ever up your way, I know where to find a title.
Oh heck yeah! I'll take you to some local indies. We can have a good time.
For sure. Oh, and just to let everybody know, it's kind of a big deal. I don't know if you guys seen us post about it, but Annie Potts is coming our way this weekend.
Amazing.
Steel City Con. We're going to be set up. We're going to have a table there. I know some of our groups in the Pennsylvania area are going to be making their way. But anybody that's watching, if you feel like making the travel, come down to the Steel City, hang out with us, come meet Annie Potts. It's going to be a great weekend.
I love it. I love it. David, great job. Steel City.
Thanks, guys.
Keep doing what you guys do. Busting for a cause. Always a good thing. Have a great holiday, my friend. Talk to you next year.
Have a good night, guys. Good luck.
Bye. Good night.
All right.
All right. Before we move on, it really hasn't hit me that you get it?
Hey, son of a gun.
It really hasn't hit me that we hit our goal.
Last year,
that's pretty incredible.
Last year it was tough. Last year, not tough.
But
it's the truth is it's really, really hard.
Yeah.
To this time of year, any time of year, to be able to kind of do some good and to be able to donate to things like our telethon, because I think everyone donating tonight is also donating to their own toy drives, donating to the other Buster toy drives.
Just seeing that number
just
there
a
is
beautiful thing. Seeing the PKA full is like such a great. Cool. It's surreal almost.
Yeah.
It's surreal. Thank you guys so much, but keep the donations drive going.
Yeah. So what I wanted to add was just because we hit our goal does not mean we just stop. So I'm going to throw an extended goal out there. If we get to 3,000 by tonight, I will let you pie me in the face.
Yes!
Yes, okay? So let's keep it going.
Truly the dream. Let's keep
get
it going.
To 3,000
Let's explode that PKE meter.
Yeah, let's just make it.
I love this plan. Texas Rangers, let's bring them on into the fun.
Hi.
Oh, just when I thought I
Hi, guys.
Again, one of the best logos in the game.
Yeah.
Absolutely love
Stop it.
Those
Stop
mutton
it.
chops, though, are giving me life. That is a solid look. You look like $1 billion, my friend. What's going on, Nick?
Not much. Thank you. Thank you for that. I've been working hard on it. Yeah, we've been working hard this year. So
beautiful.
Congrats on your goal, by the way.
What's that?
Congrats on reaching your goal, by the way.
Oh, thank you, my friend. New goal unlocked. We're going to try to get Luna pied before the night's out. But Nick, why don't you tell us about some of the great events you have going on this holiday season?
Okay, so for our tour drive this year, we're benefiting again the Children's Medical Center of Dallas. And we have 3 drop-off locations so far, one at SideQuest Arcade in Garland, one in Titan Comics in Dallas, and one in Retro Madness Fort Worth in Fort Worth, Texas. We also, for the first time this year, are doing a GoFundMe donation campaign where if you donate, if you aren't able to drop off a toy somewhere, you can donate. And we're going to have a shopping day where we go out and buy toys for the kids, for Children's Medical Center of Dallas with that money that we raised there. As far as events go, we have the Dallas Holiday Parade coming up on December 7th, Saturday from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. We're probably going to hang out a little bit afterwards in downtown Dallas to help make people aware of the toy drive and try and drive a few donations that way. Then that following Saturday, December 14th, we have a special event at SideQuest Arcade, which we've done a previous event with before. They have a wonderful venue and they're awesome partners with us. And we are gonna be there promoting the toy drive, with our Santa hats on and everything. You can come drop off some toys and take photos with your favorite Ghostbusters and whatnot. And shout out to EctoTX for participating with us in the holiday parade again this year. If you don't already follow him on social media, you should, because he has one of the best Ecto 1 replicas in Texas, period. So
These collabs are tremendous. They make my heart grow every single time. How long has the Texas Ranger division been up and running?
Since May 31st, 2023. So we've been around a year and a half ish.
Unbelievable. I feel like you guys have done such a great job with your social media, because I feel like I've seen just the patch. I feel like I see it daily, nightly, and ever so rightly.
I'm doing something right then, I guess. I don't know.
Beautiful. I love to hear it. Nick, before we let you go, what's one of your favorite memories so far? Again, it's been a short history, but it seems like a really busy one. What's one of your favorite moments, events? Was it the first time you suited and booted with a crew? Well, what was that first memory that pops to mind?
Honestly, the one that comes to mind is probably one of the smallest events we've ever done. We got randomly contacted by a lady in the Dallas-Fort Worth area who said her son was obsessed with Ghostbusters. And she was like, can you guys please come to my son's birthday party? And I was like, it's not even a question. Of course we're going to come, and it was so cute because they did it at like a main event type area where, one of those things that has like arcades and other, skee ball and stuff like that. And we came in and they hadn't even seen us yet. They were completely unaware and in their own little world. And we just showed up and we were like, somebody said there was a ghost or something. And everybody turned around. Oh my God. And the little man was so flabbergasted. He was just speechless. He was like, because he didn't even know we were coming. And that was probably, that was probably one of the best.
Yeah.
You basically pulled what the guys at Universal Studios pulled for me.
That's what it is.
When I saw the stage show,
Ectoplasm, yeah.
It's the way that you can lock yourselves into the memory of a person forever is such a unique privilege.
Yeah.
You guys are doing a tremendous job.
Yeah, thank you. We as kids, especially me at my age, like how often did we get to go to some place like Universal Studios that might have just so happened to be doing the Ghostbusters show at the time or whatever? We didn't have groups like us when we were kids. So the fact that I can do that for a kid now, where I would have lost my mind if I had it as a child, that's part of what brings me the most joy doing what we do. That's my purpose, putting on this
Again,
suit.
a
So.
few teams have said it. We've talked about it. When you boil it down, that's what we've been able to do. Sony letting us run around with these patches and these variant patches on our shoulders to do good for our communities, to do good for wider communities, teaming up with each other for great events like tonight.
Yeah.
It's just such a great, unique privilege that all of us
Incredible privilege, yes.
dip into a little bit of that superhero lifestyle for a little bit. But Nick,
Right.
you're absolutely doing it right. Your team is absolutely doing it right. And even though it's a young
Thank you.
grade, you guys are already making a big impact. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Happy holidays.
No problem.
Merry Christmas.
Happy
We
holidays.
look forward to hearing about more adventures come next year.
Thanks, guys.
Have a beautiful
Appreciate
night.
it. You too.
It's unbelievable. I just can't believe the growth even in the last few years, right? I think now because the 2024 toy drive I've been looking forward to all year.
Yeah.
From the kind of minute that it was mentioned that we might get to come back and co-host again. But seeing what these teams have been able to do,
Yeah.
like I was saying before, it's not easy raising money, right? We just jumped up $100 more.
Yeah.
That doesn't go lightly, considering that all of us have these massive toy drives, these massive fundraisers going on. The community that we've built within ourselves, but also the wider universe, is something that's so special. I think what's great, and I think Ashley from Capital City is going to be able to talk about it a little bit more when we bring her on, is just seeing year to year, the more and more interest we're getting has just never felt better. But without further ado, let's bring on Ashley from Capital City Ghostbusters. Let's bring her into the frame.
I have to say, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry with the marshmallow eating, so a little bit concerned there, but thank you for having me.
Considering the fit, Ashley, I get it. I get it. We kind of did threaten you a little bit. I promise.
Tiny bit.
That part of the show is over. But Ashley, thank you so much.
Thank you so much
for joining us. We're gonna start off with an oldie but a goodie. What's your favorite Christmas song?
So, Feliz Navidad, because as a child, I was positively obsessed with the Sesame Street Christmas movie, where Big Bird ice skates around with the kid, and to me that was just like the pinnacle of cinema. It was the best. I wore out a VHS tape watching this, so Feliz Navidad.
Anytime you got Muppets, anytime you got
100%.
Doesn't matter if they're from the street, doesn't matter if they're, hosting a show. It always brings a little bit extra out.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I love that Stay Puft outfit. When you do events, do you sometimes bust it out?
Oh yeah, all the time. I am a full-time Stay Puft.
Awesome.
My partner's got the flight suit and everything, but I was like, you know what? A little cuter, a little bit different. And I'm our event coordinator. So I think it's funny for me to like waddle out all this important information and be dressed like a giant marshmallow.
I love it. And if the cartoon taught us anything, Stay Puft's reformed.
Oh, 100%.
Is now absolutely an ally of the Ghostbusters.
I am always on my best behavior.
Ashley knows what's up. Sometimes we may need to fight like, a giant Godzilla type.
Yeah.
It happens. It happens. We need those reinforcements.
I'm like the Mothra of our troop. So
why don't you tell us a little bit? I'm sorry, I kept calling you guys the Capital City.
Oh, that's okay.
Capital Ghostbusters. Why don't you tell us a little bit about the franchise? How long have you guys been up and running?
For almost 10 years. Our decade will be in 2016. We're actually planning to do a bus trip to you guys at some point in 2026. So, but we are, yeah, absolutely. Well, a couple of our members did earlier this fall. They did come and do a tour and hang out with you guys a little bit. But I think we're possibly the only Canadian group on here tonight, which is awesome. We're doing some representation for America's Hat. But we typically raise money for CHEO, which is the Children's Hospital of Eastern Ontario. We do a lot of work collaboratively with them. And then for Christmas, we do the CTV and the Ottawa Firefighters Toy Mountain, which helps raise toys for up to 25,000 kids every year, which is amazing.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I always get so inspired by just learning about some of these other events franchises like yours are able to pull off. Do you have one yearly event that you always look? Obviously, we all love every event we do, but sometimes there are events that just kind of tug extra at the heartstrings. Do you have a specific event that you guys kind of repeat, or is every event kind of your Super Bowl and you can't pick your favorite?
I would have to say the parade, honestly, because we've also grown a lot over the past year. We have had 10 new members since January joined, which is incredible, and still lots of interest in people joining in our area. But the parade, I know from personal experience and then seeing it, it is absolutely wild to feel like, oh yeah, I'm just a person dressed like a Ghostbuster. I'm hanging out, whatever. But doing that parade and getting to the point where you turn that first corner and you see this absolute mob of people and kids, adults, everybody just screaming Ghostbusters, and is so excited to see, like, oh my God, the Ghostbusters are here. And then not only are the Ghostbusters here, they're raising money for a vital hospital that we have here in Ontario, is amazing. And I know for myself, the first parade, it was like, oh my God, I can't believe all these people are so excited. And then seeing that year after year with our new troops as well is just amazing. And it's really motivating as well.
It's so funny. I don't know if you love this as much as I do, but the first time a new member or someone kind of auditioning to join the group, the first event where someone
the first troop is always so good.
Just seeing the like terror in their eyes when they realize, yeah, this is a 2-hour event. Why are we here 2 hours early, and why are we cleaning up 3 hours after?
Yeah.
This has been all day. What do you mean? Seeing those rookies kind of earn their place in our ranks, one of my absolute favorite
it's and seeing people like grow into their roles and everything and finding ways that they can contribute is always amazing. We have a lot of members who 3D print an astronomical amount of stuff for us to raise money, members who just kit bash stuff or make things to contribute to the group. We're in the process of making some really amazing 40th anniversary coins right now. Like, it's just amazing to see everybody come together and kind of find their little niche in the group as they troop more. It's a blast. It's amazing.
That is beautiful. Nice. I love that. I got to tell you, your energy is also incredibly infectious.
Oh, thank you.
I imagine you can keep your team pretty well motivated. Which
I try. I offer snacks. I've got good jokes. I try really hard.
That's true. I've seen it. She built a whole house once. Just Ashley, thank you so much for all you do. I encourage everybody, if you haven't seen some of those Canadian exploits, you really are missing out. You can find all their social media. You can follow all their fundraisers and toy drives over on whoyoucancall.org. But make sure you give them a follow. Yep. Make sure you follow Ashley and the team. Doing good, all dressed up. Ashley, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. I can't wait for next year.
Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, enjoy Boxing Day. I know
absolutely.
I know Canadian stuff. Have a great one. Thanks for hanging out.
Thank you.
Bye.
My gosh, how amazing is that? Yeah. How amazing. You dabble in alternate costumes.
I do.
You have quite a few. You don't have a Stay Puft, though.
I do, actually. I haven't worn it yet.
All right. I was going to say you could turn to Ashley for advice.
Maybe it's like every event that I go to, it's like, do I do Stay Puft or do I do Ghostbusters? I love Ghostbusters so much. I love my packs so much.
That's true. So they're expensive. They're heavy. We want to wear them. We want to rock them. We do have Alex from the Yellow Rose Ghostbusters coming up now, so we can throw them into the chat. I think so far this has just been a showcase of some of my favorite logos. Yellow Rose Ghostbusters. I've been fortunate enough to hang out with them on a couple different Ghostbusters days. I believe you guys came out. If not, people were rocking your patches and making you proud. But Alex, welcome to the Toy Drive, my friend.
Howdy, how's it going?
It's going great, buddy. How about for you?
It's good. Still hot.
I love the lab behind you. I love seeing the equipment in the background. Ashley had a great pack. You got a beautiful set of packs. Alex, let's start with the easy questions. Yellow Rose Ghostbusters, a staple of the community. How long have you guys been busting?
We just crossed our 5-year mark in October.
Nice.
Amazing. That's beautiful. Have you been with the group the whole 5 years?
Yeah, so I founded the group in 2019. And there for a while, it was just me and my brother Corey. Like, we were just two dudes rocking a suit and an ecto driving around Houston.
Oh, I love that. I love that. What inspired the kind of transition from potentially amazing Halloween costumes to let's do some good. Let's bust some heads in a metaphysic sense.
So at the time I was living out in East Texas, and there was a group that was there, and they weren't active at all. So I decided, along with my now sister-in-law Jennifer Tyrus, to found the group so I could just start working out in that area, just 3D printing face mask straps for hospitals, because we started like right when the pandemic started. So
I think that's how I learned about you guys. I think someone shared on the Long Island Instagram page. Someone sent us like a link to those amazing. For those that don't remember, I mean, the pandemic feels like yesterday and 100 years ago. But the logo, the Ghostbuster logo in the middle of the strap to just make it more comfortable for hospital workers, that was amazing. That was such an ingenious idea, and I think it was really a way a lot of us got to know a lot about your group. That was inspired thinking. What led you to making those?
Because I just reading all the articles, how a lot of the nurses and doctors were complaining about having to wear the mask consistently, and their straps were hurting their ears, and I just got online, found
working those shifts with that, getting rug burn behind your ear.
Yeah, that's already a sensitive area.
Oh my gosh, yeah, you're gonna learn all about it when we get to pie you later. That's amazing. Was that kind of being so quickly? At least for me, it felt, because I know 5 years, I'm sure it feels like a cup of coffee, and it feels like 20 years. Getting so much attention during the pandemic for those, was that inspiring to do more? Was it stressful? Was it somewhere in between? Walk me through what that felt like, because I felt like everyone wanted one.
It was an absolute boost. It was like, oh, I know I can do more. I'm gonna do more.
That's amazing.
That's awesome.
That's amazing. Do you have a favorite event or a favorite experience, a favorite Christmas song? You can go for any of them.
So the favorite Christmas song, I've been hearing this all night and I don't care, is Mele Kalikimaka.
Yes.
Ed said beautifully. Can someone record him saying that?
Christmas Vacation. I think about that song every year. You can't go wrong.
Is there a greater cinematic moment than when he just beats up the air-blown Santa? When he karate chops it before kicking it into space?
What are we talking about?
Christmas Vacation.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, when he kicks the plastic staked Santa.
Music video, and I was like, what?
Could you imagine? I want someone to now cut that into the music video. Just all clips from Christmas Vacation. That's amazing. I mean, Christmas Vacation, absolutely one of my absolute favorite Christmas movies. Ghostbusters 2, I would argue, is a New Year's movie, not a Christmas movie, despite the fact that we see the Christmas hats. I think the main event takes that over. So I think Christmas Vacation holds the #1 seed in my heart. Alex, getting to be with your brother, kind of doing good for the community. Were you and your brother always close? Did Ghostbusters bring you guys closer? Is it something that kind of you dragged him into and he couldn't believe how big it got? Walk me through that experience.
So, I mean, he's a little bit older than me. Most of my brothers are significantly older than me. So we weren't always too terribly close, but I worked with him. He was my boss and we got close then. But once I started doing Ghostbusters, I moved back down to the Houston area. We started working to get together again. And he was like, oh, let's do this together. I was like, let's do more. Let's do it together. And it was within a week, my rack was finished and we were off. It blows our mind how, we've got 50 members now as of this year.
Wow.
And we got our 501c3 status in February.
Wow.
And it's just fast rap. Thank you. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, I could just imagine. So for you guys to achieve that, that's amazing.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. I absolutely love it. The best part about this toy drive is it gives FaceTime to all these groups and all the toy drives, both virtual and in person, all that info, all the social media. We keep saying it all night, and I'll keep saying it every single guest. Find it on whoyougonnacall.org. Make sure you give the Yellow Rose Ghostbusters a follow. Make sure you help support Alex and his team in all their endeavors. But Alex, my friend, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Thank you so much for helping Yellow Rose and leading them into the tremendous team that they are. And we look forward to hearing about all your successes.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, buddy. Well, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and we'll catch you next year for the 2026, the 2025. I tried to jump over here. 2025 Toy Drive. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, there are certain responsibilities we have as Ghostbusters. You know, being a member of NYC has absolutely been fun. But the thing that brought me into the fray was the Long Island Ghostbusters.
You didn't say it right. Long Island.
Long Island. I got to get Colin Farrell in a fat suit playing Penguin to say it right. But let's bring on one of the founders of the Long Island Ghostbusters, good buddy of mine, Dimitri, coming live from what can only be described as his full-on Ghostbuster arcade. What's going on, boss?
Hey, guys. How's it going? First of all, congrats on reaching your goal. Now let's get that 3,000 so that we can get pies all around.
Pies for everybody.
Pies for everybody.
Dimitri, I gotta say, first of all, you look like $1 million. You look about 5 years younger than last year, and I think everyone should rewatch last year's Toy Drive to just see how funky the founder's getting. I feel like year after year, the Christmas spirit just makes them younger.
No, the body creaks in all the wrong places. So.
Well, but that's what makes it fun at an event. I like to hear the action go on. But Dimitri, why don't you tell us about some of the great fundraisers Long Island has going on this year?
Oh, yeah. Well, one of the main things we're working for is Kids No More. It's a 501c3 nonprofit charitable organization. It's dedicated to enhancing the lives of children and families that are coping with life-threatening illnesses and traumatic interruptions in a normal childhood experience. So we raise money for these wonderful families and holiday gifts for their kid and help them get holiday gifts for their kids. On the 22nd, we'll be suiting up and delivering these gifts to them with some of the North Pole's finest elves.
It's absolutely, it's a new organization that we kind of found and started working with. It's an amazing organization. I'm looking so forward to not have to drive. Like, we're literally going to get on the coach bus with a bunch of Santa's elves.
That's awesome.
And just deliver these ghosts, which is always amazing. Now, Dimitri, we had a lot of talk about some of the franchises on this telethon tonight are ancient. Like the group logo can creak, right?
Yeah.
Island Ghostbusters, you guys started back in 2003. You and your brother have really not only founding the group, but it's lasting to drinking age. 20 years the Long Island Ghostbusters have been suiting and booting. I gotta ask, did you think when you were building those original proton packs that in 2024 you would be a husband with 3 kids still throwing on a flight suit?
No, you know, it's funny. When I took out that Home Depot credit card to build 3 proton packs for me and my friends, that was not the foremost thing on my mind. But yeah, I mean, look, if it wasn't for Ghostbusters, I wouldn't have met my wife. The first month we dated, she never saw me in anything other than a flight suit. So, I mean, who would have thought that something that you love as a kid and it's just goofy and you know, silly and makes you laugh leads to all this, you know. I got 3 beautiful boys. One's ready to get his learner's permit this year. I got a 13-year-old and an 8-year-old, and just time flies by. So no, I didn't think it would keep growing too, because now I've got more proton packs than space on my walls. And
it's a good problem, I think. Now,
it is.
Our annual Christmas parade that we always go in, the original 3 members of Long Island Ghostbusters were there, correct?
Yeah, me, Chris, who have been around a lot, but Steve, you know, dusted off the old flight suit, got out of retirement, and marched in a parade with us, and he had a really good time. Yeah, I love that parade. That parade's always a lot of fun.
Love that. We're like, welcome back. Now go march 2 miles.
Yeah, enjoy. By the way, it's freezing.
We're to make sure the wind chill is proper.
Yeah.
Dimitri, I would be remiss if I didn't ask you, what's one of your favorite memories in this 21 years that you've been suited up? Other than obviously meeting and falling wildly in love with Charlie Rivera.
Yeah, well, you first, then my wife. Well, there's a lot of different events throughout the years that are memorable for different reasons, right? Whether it is meeting my wife or whether it's helping out the first charity that we ever did at this local armory to help raise money for wounded warriors and stuff like that, or meeting you guys for the first time and really coalescing our groups together to become the Long Island Ghostbusters 2.0, which really helped revitalize the group and really put it back, because time with me and Chris trying to do a lot of that stuff by ourselves, and the other two guys are not really doing it as much, and the other ones moved away, and it was starting to slip away. And if it wasn't for meeting you guys and us all coming together and really revitalizing the group, who knows if it would have even made it this long. So it's a big shout out to you guys as well, you, Sean, Val, John, both Johns, really helping to keep the dream alive and going. And as we get older, sometimes it's harder to come to as many events as we'd like, but you guys have helped carry the torches when me and Chris aren't there, and really it means a lot to me. Means a lot to me.
Old dead heart.
It's a beautiful thing. It's the weirdest way to start a friendship, because it's now just a world where I can't imagine a life without these guys and without the kind of weird adventures we find ourselves on that go all month long. But Dimitri, before I let you kind of get slumber for the night with that beautiful family of yours, why don't you tell the beautiful people about our current giveaway, the Long Island Toy Drive for 2024? Give them the deets.
Yeah, so right now we have what is our biggest donation time of the year, and we'll be doing $10. You'll get 2 stickers, and you'll be entered into a raffle for a Proton Pack, the wand, the PKE, the trap, and now the fully funded Deluxe Ecto 1. So for a $10 raffle, we're going to be raffling that off, and you'll get all that stuff. I mean, a lot of this stuff is hard to come by with the HasLabs and stuff like that. So for those of you that weren't able to get in before, this is your chance to try and get in and jump on one.
And if you already have it, you could be like Dimitri and have more packs than Wall Street.
Multiples. Well, I only have one HasLab.
Yes, as Ryan just said, it was called. You guys called it
all the HasLabs. Every Ghostbuster HasLab.
All the HasLabs, yeah, all the HasLabs. It's great.
Dimitri, being one of the founders of one of the longest lasting teams, I got to tell you, it's an absolute privilege every year to get to meet on this show. I get to talk to you all the time, but again, you got to share these little weird moments together for the last couple of years have been really, really awesome. Getting together to do Christmas stuff with you has always been a blast. Again, to be a small part of your very big family has always been a blast. But you can find all the Long Island information on who you're going to call .org. Before we let you go, Dimitri, what's your favorite Christmas song, pal?
Oh God. I'm a classics guy, so I'm a big fan of Bing Crosby's White Christmas.
There it is.
So,
beautiful.
yeah.
Classic. That's a romantical guy. Yeah. That's why the wife fell in love with you. You got that romance in your heart, Dimitri. Thank you so much for all you do.
Thank you guys for everything.
Thank you so much for joining the Toy Drive, and thank you for making some time for us tonight.
Oh yeah, anytime. Have a blast doing this. Can't wait to do it again next year, guys. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
Take care, guys.
Happy holidays,
Merry
brother.
Christmas.
Oh man, it's just what a weird friendship. We barely knew each other, and we shared a hotel room at an event. They were doing an event. They needed an extra buster. The girl I was seeing at the time. It's just you got to become brothers if you like hear each other snore.
Yeah,
that's the rule. But let's keep the party going on. Mm-hmm. Why don't you introduce the next group? Maybe because I'm jealous of you enjoying a marshmallow.
I have been snacking on the marshmallows. Next up, we have the Nomad Ghostbusters.
Hello.
Chuck!
Hi.
How are you, Chuck? I love seeing that Ghostbuster sign, seeing the mini puff, and seeing that beautiful Christmas tree. How you doing tonight, my friend?
Doing pretty good.
Beautiful.
So what we've been asking everybody, I'm sure you've heard, is what is your favorite Christmas song?
Christmas in Hollis by Run DMC.
Yes!
Oh.
You can't hear that title without hearing.
I might have to change.
You got to switch?
Yeah. I'm going to think about it.
That'd be a good reason to switch. Chuck, the Nomad Ghostbusters. How long have you guys been suiting and booing?
About a year now. So
Where
we're
are
pretty
the
new group.
Nomad Ghostbusters?
What was that?
Where are the Nomad Ghostbusters?
Oh, sorry. We're from Minnesota.
Cool.
That's
And
absolutely amazing. What inspired you guys to get started?
so funny enough, we were the founding members were actually at a toy drive, and that's where they kind of got the idea. They were out in the cold. They had some conversations, and they decided, hey, let's start a Ghostbuster group.
Oh, I
So they
love
formed the Nomad Ghostbusters last December, I believe. So then since then, me and my son were kind of looking for a Ghostbuster group to join because needed to get him out of the house and do something out in the world. But we were just like, we got to find a Ghostbuster group, and they just started. So then we joined with them, and it's been an amazing adventure since then.
That's amazing. What first brought you into the fandom?
I went to the went to the movie when I was 9. At the first weekend it opened, my dad dropped me off at the theater, and I thought he was coming with me, but he went to go see Indiana Jones. So I'm sitting there in the theater terrified, like I don't even know what to expect. I was like, I wanted to see this, but it was pretty scary. But then there were jokes in there, so yeah, I've been a lifelong fan ever since. And then my son got into it. He's 17 now. He's gonna be 18 pretty soon, but yeah, that's one thing that he always stuck with was Ghostbusters. Like he was just a huge fan of it. And we actually in 2019 we went to a kind of like an interactive showing at the Alamo Draft House, and we were in full costume uniform. We got to interact with the movie. We had a marshmallow when the Marshmallow Man came out. It was a great time, and but yeah, it really stayed with him. So yeah, so then but we're just like, we gotta join a group at some point,
Oh, I
and
love
sure enough
that.
we did.
I love that so much. What a great way to kind of jump into it, like a father and son, and especially, there's a lot of kids out there who at that age kind of start distancing themselves from those things they loved as a kid. But I do feel like Ghostbusters is so evergreen.
Mhm.
It's such a easy thing to kind of keep as part of your life kind of forever.
Yeah.
You can always just appreciate the genius writing that went into that first film. You could lean into the tremendous special effects job that they do in the second one. And now with new movies coming out so regularly, a new series, it gives you a little bit of that kind of influx of joy, that
And
free.
how lucky are we that we got to grow up with it as children?
That's true.
Like we've had Ghostbusters like majority of our life, and I think that's pretty.
I mean,
pretty awesome.
Chuck's kid is even luckier.
Yeah.
Like he didn't even have a gap. He got to live with everything we had and then was inundated with stuff. Chuck, what's one of your favorite memories of suiting and booing with your kid?
We've had a lot of great experiences in the last year. Like the one that I didn't expect was we actually rode on the back of a fire truck in full uniform. And I'm like,
Amazing.
it was part of a parade, but we're going to get from one spot to the other. So I'm like, oh, we're just probably going to go down side streets. We're not going to go on the highway. We were on the highway on the back of a fire truck. And
Unbelievable.
that was pretty epic. We went to Des Moines, Iowa, and met other Ghostbusters, the Mid Iowa Ghostbusters. They were great. They had their own ecto there. It's looking fantastic. But yeah, we did all these different events, met a lot of great people, and it's been adventurous. It's been awesome. We just didn't know what to expect at first, but yeah, it's definitely been a great experience.
It's crazy how quickly it escalates. It's
Oh yeah.
crazy how like I'll just do a couple events every year, and then it's like, oh, every month I'm gonna do 2 things. Okay, cool. That is absolutely amazing, Chuck. Thank you so much for all that you and the Nomad Ghostbusters do. It's been an incredible year. Again, the Nomad Ghostbusters. I need to talk to all these guys after about social media.
Yeah.
I'm terrible at social media. I feel like I've known about your group since day one and just assumed you were around for a decade. But of course, you can get all their info on whoyougonnacall.org. You learn all about their amazing toy drives. Before we let you go, do you guys have a toy drive coming up soon?
Unfortunately, we don't have a toy drive. We were trying to work on doing like help out in the kitchen type of thing, but a lot of the slots are filled. we do have an event coming up. We have actually partnered with American Cancer Society,
Oh,
and
beautiful.
we raised funds for them throughout the year, and we met our goal. We're actually past our goal. It was $2,000, but we got
Amazing.
past it.
That's
And
spectacular.
we're going to be doing a double feature screening of Ghostbusters 1 and 2 this Sunday.
Nice.
With the help of American Cancer Society. So it's
Oh, I love that. That's going to be a
pretty great.
tremendous event. That's how you could go off the holiday season.
Yeah.
Nice double feature of Ghostbusters. Well, Chuck, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for what you and the Nomad Ghostbusters do. And I hope you have a beautiful holiday, a wonderfully Merry Christmas. And we can't wait to hear about how much extra stuff you've done come next year. Thanks, buddy.
You too, and congratulations on meeting your goal.
Thank you so much. We're at
Thank you.
$2,200.
Yeah.
Gonna see if we can get Luna Pad before the night's out.
Yep.
Really?
Thanks, Chuck. Merry Christmas,
Thank
buddy.
you.
Merry Christmas.
How amazing is that? I can't believe the impact they've made in a year.
I know.
If you would have quizzed me, I assume every group has been around minimum 5 to 10 years, just
Yeah.
because of the amazing work they do. But up next, we have some very, very special guests popping in, a very special presentation. So, Nick in the booth, let's make it run, buddy.
What's up, gang? Jamie Hodges here from Report All Ghosts. Wishing all of you a spectacular holiday season filled with joy, peace, and ecto energy. As we celebrate the spirit of giving, let's extend a warm thank you to the countless Ghostbusters franchises across the globe for their incredible charity work. We want to send a special thanks and best wishes to the New York City Ghostbusters and their tantalizing telethon hosts, Luna Mars and Charles Rivera, as they work tirelessly to raise funds for the South Bronx Toy Drive. It's your efforts that'll bring smiles to the faces of children in need, and we're truly grateful for your dedication. To all the Ghostbusters fans at home watching and contributing, may all your holidays be filled with warmth, laughter, the spirit of busting, and spreading cheer. Keep on busting, and keep raising spirits. I'll see you on the other side. Pretend it's snowing. It's snowing right now.
Hi, Jason here from Ghostbusters News, and I just want to wish everyone out there, either taking part or merely watching tonight's stream, a very happy holidays, a Merry Christmas. I know for you fan franchises, this is really the culmination of your busiest season, but you guys do hard work all year long. It is noticed, and seriously, tremendous job all around. Again, happy holidays, a Merry Christmas, whatever you really celebrate, and keep being amazing, keep being excellent, keep being good. For goodness sakes, whoa, somebody's coming.
Hello, everybody at the New York City Ghostbusters and everybody watching the Toy Drive Telethon this year. Craig from Yes Have Some Podcast here. And I always join and I always tell you guys that I love what you're doing. I think the amount of charity work in doing the toy drive is amazing. We love the New York City Ghostbusters and I'm super excited to take part once again this year in the telethon. So I hear that the theme is favorite Christmas songs. So I put a lot of thought into this. So to me, the pinnacle of Christmas music is Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band and their cover of Santa Claus is Coming to Town. I mean, I start playing this thing in like July. So I'm ready for Christmas because I've got The Boss and New York, New Jersey. I'm just trying to keep it within the theme here. So love Bruce Springsteen. Maybe a little bit of a different kind of an answer if I had to have another. Let's go with John Williams' score for Home Alone, like the Home Alone suite, like the opening music. I mean, nothing sets the holiday mood. Sitting down, getting some freshly baked cookies, and watching Home Alone with the family or with friends or even by yourself. So, love Home Alone, and I love John Williams, and I love Bruce Springsteen, but mostly I love Ghostbusters, and that's why we're here. So happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah to all those who celebrate as part of the New York Ghostbusters. And thank you, everybody, for the amount of money that is raised annually, and for the toy drive, and for the telethon, and everything else. You guys are doing incredible work. Thanks for having me, and Happy New Year, everybody. Hope you had an amazing 2024. I know I did. Can't wait to see what is next in the world of Ghostbusters. So thanks. Bye.
Hey everyone, it's that Eric fella from the Moogly Fan Club wishing everyone out there a happy holiday. Huge thank you to the NYC Ghostbusters for hosting this toy drive and asking me to be a part of it. It's a great example of what we can do as a community when we all band together to do some good. And you know me, I'm all about fans and community. This time of year really shines a light on what franchises do on a day-to-day basis with their own efforts. And I know everybody's busy right now with their own fundraising opportunities. And I just want to say thank you for all you're doing. It's appreciated, and keep up the good work. You're the best, you're the beautiful, you're the only Ghostbusters community. And if you get a chance, check out the Moogly Fan Club later this week when I announce our own fundraising opportunity. So I think that about wraps it up. So let's bring it back to Luna and Charlie. See ya.
What's up, Ghost Heads? It's Ted, aka Steady, here with the Ghost Heads Radio Show, wishing everyone out there a very happy holidays and a very happy Ghostbusters Telethon 2024. Don't forget, this is only the beginning. From here on out, Ghostbuster chapters all across the country and in some other countries are starting their annual toy drive activities as well as donation drives. How can you help? Tell everyone you know about whoyougonnacall.org so that they can find out which chapters are participating in this year's nationwide Ghostbuster toy drive in their neighborhood. Be sure, if you're a chapter participating this year, to send us your overall toy totals or your dollar counts by using the whoyougonnacall.org link on the site. We want to see exactly how amazing you guys did, and we want to collectively see what kind of a difference we all made as Ghostbuster chapters. Last year in 2023, with just around 50 chapters, we were able to collect over 8,300 toys and $18,000. And this year, we're looking to beat this total. So be sure to send in your totals this year, and the Ghost Heads Radio Show will be broadcasting each and every week our updates with the updated numbers that you guys send in. Good luck out there. It's time to suit up, strap up your boots, and answer the call.
I changed hats. $2,200 means new hat.
So before we get into the next set, we did need to still inhale helium. So thankfully we came prepared. Thank you.
Get out of here, green balloons.
What are we gonna sing like one line of? Let's do an easy one.
Dashing through the snow.
That works for me. Wait, but how do I do this?
Carefully.
Okay.
Like a little. You don't want to cut the whole thing off.
Yeah.
You want to cut like. Well, pinch. You want to like pinch.
Yeah.
Oh boy, this is just gonna fly away.
Okay.
You did that
Don't
so.
worry.
That
I
was
paid
so
money
aggressive.
for this helium, so I am not gonna waste it. I've only done this like twice before, so.
I don't know that I've ever done this.
Really?
This might only be like a movie thing for me.
Okay. Wait, what were you singing again?
Dashing through the snow.
Okay. How much do I inhale?
Did it work? Did it work?
Dashing
Did
through
it
the
work?
snow.
How about now? Did it work? Did it work a little at least? Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. Why are you getting more?
What? Inhaling it wrong?
Dashing. I don't know if I'm doing it right even.
Is it working?
My voice still sounds normal.
Although you did through your lipstick a little bit, which is fun.
Did I? Oh no. Is it bad? Does it work bad?
I mean, I don't know if it works bad or good. I can't tell how I sound. I don't know. Did it work? Can someone tell us? You have to swallow the air? How does that even work?
Oh wait, how do I? Oh,
How do I swallow? Were you gonna ask on the
maybe
internet?
my hole is not big enough. Dashing through the snow,
What's up and sleigh? Down the
Okay, now that we know how to do it,
dashing all the
we
way.
should get the other ones. Okay,
There you
we're gonna try this again, you guys.
I feel like you now sound amazing.
Okay, so inhale. Is that what they said? Is that what someone said?
Mhm.
Okay. Yes. It's okay.
Yo, you
Dashing
definitely
through
sound
the
the snow in a one-horse open sleigh.
Down
Down
the
the
fields
hill
we
we go, laughing all the way.
Making spirits
That's right.
bright.
I don't know the other words, and I chose this song. Hey!
All right, we did it.
We still have one balloon to spare, and most
We
of this
do?
one.
Wait, what? Okay, let's do the other one. I didn't know we had more. Okay.
You purchased these. You were just so
I think
proud of the purchase.
I'm inhaling them too fast. Is this gonna get us sick?
Mhm.
Okay.
Is this how people do whippets?
Probably.
I don't know another song, and I'm already losing it.
Okay, let's do the next
Oh my god, that was awesome! Just do well.
Why don't we do the next?
Yeah, you want to bring on the next guest?
Yeah, let's bring the next guest on. Who is Fort Collins? Do we
Fort
have Fort
Collins,
Collins?
come on down!
Hey, Fort Collins.
Hi, you guys crack me up.
Yeah, we have lost our minds, clearly. Oh, that's amazing. Fort Collins Ghostbusters, if you tell me you've only been around for a year, my head's going to explode because I feel like I've also seen your amazing patch everywhere I look.
We've actually been around for 11 years.
Oh, okay, that makes me feel
Yes.
better. That makes me feel better, man. That's absolutely awesome. Let me ask you, what brought you into the fray? What took your fandom from enjoying the movies, enjoying the products, to wanting to suit up and boot up yourself?
Yeah, actually, it just started out with my husband Alex and his friend wanting to dress up for Comic-Con, and then when they were there, they also met two other Ghostbusters who just wanted to dress up, and then like got to know each other, and then we found out that there are other like a bunch of groups all over the world. So that's how I was like, oh wait, we can do that too.
That's amazing.
And
I
the rest is
absolutely love
history.
that.
Yeah.
Mayette, what is one of your favorite memories in the time that you've been suiting?
Favorite memories? There's a lot actually, but the best thing was when I think I've told this to a few people. We were just parked somewhere at I think we were at the store, and we had the Ecto, and we were just parked, and I think Alex just went into the store, and I stayed in the car, and then this lady came by, and she knocked on the window, and so I rolled it down, and she said, I really had a bad morning today, and just seeing the car made my day today. So that was, I think, every time I think of that, it's just, just like what we do is like sometimes we just get so caught up, we get so busy with our events and stuff like that. But it's those little things like that makes it worth it.
That's amazing. Hey, Jinx. Yeah. I love that. I love that. It is so strange because I sometimes forget. My car is decorated all year long. So when I go to grocery shopping, people are like, what the f-? I'm like, why is everyone staring at me? Oh, it's because of this weird hobby I chose. Man, why don't you tell us about one of your great fundraisers or toy drive you have going on?
So right now we have, so we started our toy drives the beginning of November. Actually, it even started when Ricky was telling you guys the story earlier. Like it started at SoCo Horror Fest in Colorado, actually in Pueblo, Colorado. And so that was the very start. We didn't even expect that people would donate toys there because, it's a horror con, it's Halloween themed. So, but that was awesome. It was amazing. From there, they got like about 60 toys, which is great to start with. And then so we started the beginning of November. So we have like 6 drop-off locations, two or three up here in northern Colorado, and then the Denver metro area, there's like 4 locations down there too. So since it's like we're doing it as a cluster group, so it's nice to have the other groups join us in doing our toy drives. So we have one coming up in 2 weeks, December 14th at Monkey Paw Toys in Aurora. It's like it's so hard for me to say that. Monkey Paw Toys.
It is a hard to recall.
Yeah. That's in Aurora, December 14th. We will be there from 11 to 3. And then we still have our drop-off locations. We're collecting until December 14th. So we have 2 weeks, and so far we've gotten 372 toys. So
Wow.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
It's been great. It's amazing. And those 372 toys will be at the Fort Collins Toy Fair for Kenzie's Causes, our charity, this coming weekend on the 7th. So they're holding a toy fair for families here in Fort Collins. Last year we were able to donate 600 toys, and those 600 toys were part of the 3,000 kids that they were able to serve last year.
Wow. That is unbelievable.
Yeah, so it's amazing.
It's just so beautiful. Again, it's I hate to repeat myself, but who would have thought when we were kids and we were imagining having a proton pack weighing us down that we could do this much good for our communities? It's absolutely amazing what you and the rest of the Fort Collins Ghostbusters do. It's just tremendous. It's just tremendous. How big has your group gone over the years?
Right now, I think we have about like maybe at least like 10 active members, but it's everybody has always like different schedule. We have life, and so it basically just depends on who could make it. And we're not very strict about, you have to be at the event every time we have an event. It's like, no, we're not like that. It's just whoever, because I know like it's I'm busy, we're all busy, so it's just whoever. And that's why I'm very thankful that we have kudos to Dan Kaufman from the ERT Ghostbusters in Colorado Springs, because he was the one who initiated Ghostbusters of Colorado United, and years ago, at least 10 years ago. So he was the one who initiated that, and then got all the groups in Colorado together. And so if not for the other groups that help us out with the toy drives, it would be harder to get 372 toys.
Of course.
Right now. So, yeah. And
Of course, that sort of team effort,
Yeah.
again, the lifeblood, right? With what 10 of us can do will never be as much as what 40, 50, 100,
We
or
talked
something like
about
this
last
telethon.
year. It's
Yeah.
like, there's power in numbers, and
Exactly. We're Legion.
Yeah.
We're Legion. And again, for all the bad that has ever happened in the community, that's not even 1% of the tremendous work and the good that we've all done in this very, on paper, the silliest way to do good is probably to do as a Ghostbuster. But man, you and the Fort Collins Ghostbusters, you guys exemplify that.
Yeah, and I want to take this opportunity to thank every single person that is part of the GBCU that helped us out with this toy drive, because everybody just, I'll be there at that event, and they come and they just come to help. They don't even expect they don't expect to be in the limelight. They're just there to help, try to get toys, try to rally, attract people to help with our toy drive. It's just amazing. We don't like they come to the event and they're just there and they don't want anything in return but just to help and like be there for.
I love
Yeah.
that so much. What a
Yeah.
perfect way of kind of
Yeah.
explaining the kind of best way to attack all this. But Maya, thank you so much for joining us
Yeah, of
tonight.
course.
Thank you and the Fort Collins Ghostbusters for all you do. We look forward to learning all about how successful the year is. Who you gonna call.org. You can follow them on social media, and I highly recommend the follow one of
Definitely.
our favorite groups, because all the groups that do this much good are gonna fall into my favorites list.
Yeah.
But man, have a beautiful holiday, have a Merry Christmas, and we look
Thanks.
forward to talking to you next year.
Yeah, you guys too. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Bye-bye. I think we hit that time. I need a new shirt. And we need to move closer to you getting pie in the face. So the Long Island Ghostbusters. And we have donated $100 more to the cause. Let's keep this train rolling. Again, it doesn't matter if you can't donate 15, if you can even donate $1, it's going to help move that needle
And let's
an inch
also
closer.
talk about those free gifts with donation.
Yes,
because
let's bring
we
up the
haven't talked about
graphic.
that in a
Let's do
while.
it. Let's do it. Hit them with the good goods.
Yeah, so for $10, which is the Slimer supporter level, you get a sticker, exclusive telethon sticker. For $25 or more, you get that exclusive sticker and your choice of either the Slimer pin or the
Garaka.
What was it called?
But not only is it a
The Garaka.
not only is it a Garaka pin,
Nog.
because if you we were just talking about it, Christmas Vacation,
Yes.
the Moose eggnog cups are probably the greatest Christmas treat you can get yourself. That's one of the most subtle, low-key kind of props you can supply yourself with. A Garaka version? I need
It's
someone to
pretty
get
awesome.
glass blowing.
But what if you don't want to pick between the two?
I know I don't. You're
I
not
don't
making
like
me
picking.
pick between Garaka and Slimer.
I want it all. So for $40 or more, you can have both pins, Slimer, Garakanog, and that exclusive sticker. $75 or more gets you all of that stuff, plus an exclusive print by Pizza Plaza. In $100 or more, you get all the stuff we already talked about and a t-shirt. And for $600 or more, which is my favorite tier,
It's
because
the best tier.
who doesn't love riding in the Ecto? You'll get everything that we talked about and a tour in the Ecto in New York City with some pretty awesome tour guides.
You gotta
who,
love
know
it.
their stuff.
They
so.
know it all. They had to
Yeah.
pass a test.
Uh-huh.
That's real. That's
Yeah.
a legitimate. They're actual tour guides. What I love though is the t-shirt does go up to 3XL. I'm slimming down. Slimming down, baby. Last year I looked all puffy. This year looking all delicious. Got my dimples popping through. So that 3X is going to go nicely with my everyday wardrobe. But let's keep on going down the line. Up next, we have our good friends over at the Sacramento Ghostbusters. Come on down. We got Alex and we got Kelsey. What's going on, guys? Merry Christmas. Happy
Merry
holidays.
Christmas, you guys.
How are you guys?
We're doing great.
We're doing fantastic.
Oh my God, I love your hair.
Yes. 'Tis the season, right?
She's full Christmas up, and your hat, Alex, is tremendous. I absolutely love it. Why don't you guys tell us a little bit about the Sacramento Ghostbusters?
So I'm Alex. I'm one of the founders of the Sacramento Ghostbusters, and we've been around since 2010. So we're 14 years old, and we're definitely a team that's growing in this area. This is my best friend, Kelsey. She's part of our team, and it's also her birthday.
Happy birthday, Kelsey!
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here, especially this is a great birthday gift, I think.
We're happy to have you. We're happy to have you. So how long have you two been with the group?
So
I think you were a founder.
Yeah.
That's an easy question. I didn't mean to misdirect. You're right, but Kelsey. Kelsey, are you from day one, or have you joined more recently?
I'd say I was 2020, I think, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Definitely was looking for members to grow our team, and I was like, come on, suit up, you're going to do this.
He pulled me in, that's for sure.
You're like, I don't know how to tell you this, but I feel like you would look great in a flight suit.
Yes.
Like, that's always the pick, right?
Yeah.
It's super easy. It's one piece. It's a nice throwback to when we were all toddlers.
Yeah. So you know the question we've been asking everybody. What's your favorite Christmas song?
My favorite Christmas song is It Feels Like Christmas from the Muppets Christmas Carol.
Oh,
That
what an
was
absolute man after my own heart. Man after my own heart. Again, that whole album is just amazing. Fun fact about Muppet Christmas Carol, for those of you that have Disney Plus, the edited version is on Disney Plus. If you want the full version, that'll definitely make you cry. Click on extras, and it's one of the extras is the full full cut of the film. Very important watching this holiday season. Alex, what's one of your favorite? Actually, let me change it up a little bit. Alex, when you guys founded Sacramento, what led you to that decision? Because that group's, you guys have some years under your belt. It's not like they were the last 10 years. We've seen a huge influx. Prior to that, we were still a lot of groups, but it was still less common to just pop up a new one. What led you down the road?
So my best friend and I love Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters has a really big. It's really special to us because we have a connection with our dads through it. For me, it was like every Halloween, my dad would play the Ghostbuster soundtrack when we trick or treat. For him, it was him and his dad's favorite movie that they watched together. When his dad passed away, he was looking for a way to channel like the grief, and one of the ways he felt was to start the Ghostbuster team. The movie that he loved, his dad left him a truck, and so he built packs, got the uniforms, built an Ecto, and asked me to join him on this ride. And together we've been doing this ever since. So Andy, you brought me into this community, and thank you for everything. Because one thing I just wanted to say was that for Sacramento, the Ghostbuster community is actually a growing community. Our team is made up of a bunch of smaller teams also, like the Terror Dog Squad, some teams of one, like Butte Strong, Napa, and Solano. And we've also been working with other teams like Northern California Ghostbusters and kept friendships with Hollywood Ghostbusters. So I just want to do a little shout out to our friend Matt Haberman, a former dual member of New York City Ghostbusters and Sacramento. He's done so much amazing work with the team. One of the things that we love to do every year is the Santa Parade, where we invite all of our partner teams to come join us. And this year we're doing flags. So Matt had this commissioned to go along with our Sacramento flag, which Kelsey has right here.
Oh, beautiful.
Is
the
New York City Ghostbuster flag. So along with a bunch of flags from all of our other partner teams, Matt's going to be carrying your flag in your uniform in the parade here in Sacramento, California.
Amazing. We got to trade though now. We got to get a flag for you guys for one of our parades or something like that. That is absolutely unbelievable. I love it. Again, we've been talking about it all night. I think 2024, if nothing else, has been one of the biggest years for the community as a whole for cross-pollination.
Yeah.
More and more we're hearing about people who are multiple group members. More and more we're hearing about people, oh, you have a great display piece? How'd you build that? How'd you do that? Your amazing trap. I know people have been kind of hitting you up for being not only our individual groups, but expanding that out to the other groups in our area and expanding it out to the rest of our state and expanding it out to the rest of our country, to expanding it out to this one big, beautiful Ghostbuster community has been such a huge part of this year. And there ain't no slowing down. There just isn't, because so many people like Kelsey were tagged in. And Kelsey, what was your relationship with Ghostbusters before you got the call?
For the most part, it was like, it's another movie. I enjoy that movie. It wasn't until I got into this group that I realized, oh, this is a huge thing. This is a big deal. And I'm so thankful for Alex joining me and getting me into this community, because I absolutely love giving back to the community and giving back to people. That's part of our jobs. It's a lot of the members' jobs. It's just giving back to the community. Now I get to dress up in a flight suit and have green hair.
Yeah, that's when it's encouraged, right? It's like,
right.
Oh, wait, I can even be that much more who I am on the inside. That much more of my heart gets to be worn on my sleeve.
That's
you guys,
what I love about Ghostbusters is you don't. I mean, some people will say you must be exactly this way to be a Ghostbuster, but that's not the way I think most of us see it.
We want everybody to that loves Ghostbusters to join the group, to be part of it in some way. And like I think what Matt kind of showed us was an example for everybody around in the community from wherever you are. If you're going to be moving to an area, sometimes it's hard. You don't know people, but if there's a Ghostbuster team in that area, hit them up.
Yeah.
Because at least you know a few people that love something as much as you do.
It's like we all have secret cousins.
Yeah.
We're all just like, what's that? Where are we going? Okay, I'm going to Sacramento. I got family there.
Yeah.
You do? Trust me, I do. We're khaki-clad brethren.
Yes, I love that.
Guys, thank you so much for all you do. You can follow all of Sacramento's toy drives, all their fundraisers on who you're going to call .org. We're going to look forward to seeing just how much good you do for the rest of the season. I know I love following you guys on social media. I think everyone will too. But Kelsey, Alex, thank you so much for all you do. Thank you for joining us tonight for the telethon and helping us raise some money and really getting the ball for the season rolling for all of us. Because like we were saying in the chat, or they were saying in the chat rather, one giant community working together is the best community. Thank you guys so much. Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
Happy holidays. And I look forward to seeing you in 25.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Happy holidays.
Merry Christmas, guys. Thanks again. Bye. Absolutely amazing. How great is that? How great is that a tag team? Because you and I have like obviously a very different origin story, but you and I first met. You weren't even in Ghostbusters stuff. I think I saw you at New York Comic Con just doing another cosplay. Probably. So that's where I first heard of you. And the first time you and I really interacted was you bought something at one of our night events.
Yes.
Like we were one of our Moonlight markets. So, and then who'd funk? You're like, oh, now my homegirl, my co-host.
Would have never thunk it.
I don't think anyone would have, but I do believe we have Circle City on deck. Am I right? Let me just check with our producer, Nick.
Pop a marshmallow.
Yeah, pop a marshmallow. There we go.
Okay.
Let's welcome to the show, Circle City. Come on down.
Howdy.
Oh, look at Jacob rocking that red coat, just making all of our hearts jelly or
you live in the Midwest, and then they finally make a Ghostbusters movie where there's coats, and you're like, yes.
We just had a parade.
So happy.
Just had a parade Saturday. We were thinking the same thing. We were like, hooray for our fashion finally being so forward. But Jacob, president of the Circle City Ghostbusters, why don't you tell us about the origin story? When did Circle City start? How did you reign into your presidency? Give us all the details, my friend.
All right. I'll try to make it as fast as I can here because there's a lot of history there. Some of it's really gross, but I'll leave that out. We've got basically Indiana Ghostbusters started in 2005, and it kind of morphed into Circle City in 2014 to focus kind of on the Indianapolis area. That's kind of what our group does. So this is the Circle City Ghostbusters 10-year anniversary, which is pretty cool.
Happy anniversary.
Thank you. Thank you. I am the second group president. Our first president was Nick Farnsworth. Shout out to Nick. I love that boy with all my heart. And I became president after him because I was the vice president, and we're a 501c3 now. And, it's just been a wild ride the entire time.
I love that. That's absolutely amazing. You know, what's crazy about that is you can almost measure a group's success by how many people have had an opportunity to be at the reins, right? Like you wind up with these groups, the goal is always that it outlives you. So a person having enough time to run it, Jacob, I don't envy you, right? I can't imagine how much work goes into it. So I'm sure part of you, and long may your presidency reign, but I imagine part of you is almost kind of keeping your eyes open for what that next generation is going to be, what that next set of leadership is going to be, where you can kind of just be a star player rather than the man also running the scenes,
Well, this is actually my last month as president. The way our charter works is that you get to do it for 2 years, and then the vice president becomes the president for
I
2
love
years. So I could do
You guys
another
went
lap
old
around the
school, America.
bases, but I'm going to take a little break from leadership, recharge the batteries, and dive back into it.
I mean, it's
But
important.
our new president will be Sean McFadden next year, and he's a wonderful guy, and
I love Sean.
he's already kicking butt, and I couldn't feel like the team's in better hands.
That's absolutely amazing. Jacob, in your time, not only as president, but your time that you've been suiting up, what's one of your absolute favorite memories, favorite event, favorite moment? What's something that kind of really kind of showcases your love of this ghost busting game?
Man, I've been doing it for 8 years, and there's probably an event every year I could list as one of my favorites. But I'll say that getting to go to the premiere in New York this year was definitely one of my tops, if only because I got to see so many people that I've networked with and become friends with, and all of that just in one place. And it was so cool to just be able to hang out.
It really is.
And I got to see, I get to see my friend Bob Anderson, who I have to mention, or we're fighting apparently. Whenever I go up to Chicago.
That's absolutely beautiful. Well, Jacob, you guys in the Circle City, you guys are doing a tremendous, tremendous job. Again, I constantly am in awe of how good you are at navigating your social media. It's such a wonderful thing to see your group do so much good, not only around the holidays, although that is kind of when we shine, not only around Halloween, which is kind of our Super Bowl season, but all year long. You guys are doing such a great, great job. I hope you guys are tremendously proud of yourselves. I know I look forward to seeing how successful your toy drives are this year. But Jacob, you guys are crushing it. And I know your presidency is coming to an end, but you served it well, my friend.
I appreciate you saying that. And we're having fun with our toy drive this year. We've got tons of drop-off locations all over the city at different Rise and Roll bakeries and the Toy Pit, which is a really cool toy store here in town, and at Regal Theaters around the city. So
it's incredible that you have multiple locations to go to. That's awesome.
We went a little overboard this year.
That's good though.
In
That's
the
what
best
this
way possible.
Yeah, that's what this franchise is about. We go too far. Then we gotta rein it back, but we never rein it
Like
back.
the time I
Oh,
said
no.
we should tie you in the face if we hit our goal.
Damn it. I agreed so
I'm
soon.
looking forward to seeing this pie. I don't know when it's happening.
We're getting
but
to it soon. We're getting to it soon.
It'll be
Why
the
not-
finale.
The pie's the finale?
Yeah.
Pies the
Aw.
finale. Gotta make you wait for it.
But
I was wanting to do a countdown.
we are almost halfway to pieing me in the face.
That's true. We just crossed $2,400.
Yeah.
We're 600 away. Trust me, you want to see this, my beautiful friends. Circle City, you guys are doing great, man. Absolutely wish you the merriest of Christmases, the happiest of holidays, and we can't wait to talk to you guys next year.
All right. Sounds great.
Thanks, buddy.
Bye.
Bye.
Let's bring up that award graphic one more time before we get on
People a little
to
more
the territory.
incentive
A little
to-
bit
to
more.
pie me in the face.
Exactly. You don't know what you're missing until you see that pie in the face. But for $10, you're going to get a limited edition Toy Drive sticker and that amazing postcard. For $25, you're going to get all that plus your choice of either the Slimer pin or the Garaka Nog pin. Still get the Toy Drive sticker. $40, you become a Trap Master. You get both pins, sticker, and the postcard. For $75, you get that limited edition print from New York Comic Con, both pins, the sticker, and the postcard. And for $100, you get all that, plus an amazing, amazing t-shirt up to size 3XL. But without further ado, let's bring on my friends, those hounds of justice. We got the Terror Dog Squad. Let's bring them in.
Look a little different.
What happened?
I
I
don't
don't know
know.
what you're talking about.
Is it your
I had
hair?
too many marshmallows.
Howdy, howdy.
There it is.
Hey,
Look, we
guys.
got Chris, we got Aaron, and we
Yeah.
got Haberman, because we're not going to double up on our Chris's tonight.
Uh,
Although Haberman's not sharing his video, he's coming to us like the man, the man in the background. And now he left. Chris and Aaron, my friends. It's been a minute
Hey,
since
guys.
we've chatted. I'm a very proud auxiliary member of the Terror
Yeah.
Dog Squad.
Thank
How you guys doing?
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Of course. You guys are looking great. I love that hat. Love that
Thank you.
jacket. You guys are looking sharp as a tack. Let's begin at the beginning, it's my favorite place to start. Tell me how the Terror Dog Squad came to be.
You start that.
All right.
That's
Well,
good, buddy.
we started.
We started all about the same time.
Yeah, we started all about the same time. About roughly 2020, we started a basically a costume group for folks to join and to be able to take advantage of our different appearances and things like that without having to to pay costs for for birthday parties and things like that, because it's just one of those things that we had a bunch of friends that just liked giving, like doing things for people without expecting really anything back. The gratitude in their faces was enough for us to want to do this sort of thing. And then about a year later, Aaron made contact with Toys for Tots, and then from there it kind of shot off, and it turned into, okay, now we're actually working with charities like Toys for Tots, Make-A-Wish, things like that. And then when we teamed up with Sacramento Ghostbusters, and they have lovingly taken care of us and sort of helped build us. They were very, very vital to our development, our construction. And then from there, it just kind of took off. The values are there. The amount of not, I wouldn't say work, but the presence that was there from everybody and the support that we have for each other is just totally built on that. And then we started growing and growing, and now we have an amazing team. Now we have the Sacramento Ghostbusters, of course, but we also have the Terror Dogs that are basically just amazing folks that just came to be, and they're all over the place, and it's really amazing. We have we have a few people now that we go out with regularly to do different appearances and things like that. We just finished Fan Expo this weekend. This was our first time out. This is one that was brought together by Matt Haberman and Mike Ferris. Mike Ferris and his team of social media guys that do our videos and our event posts. They're just incredible. And if you've seen some of our videos, the Fan Expo trailer was put together by Mike and also by Mia Garcia. And they're just
it looks like a mini movie. It's amazing. These guys are incredible.
Yeah, if you guys haven't checked it out on their social media, it's a must watch.
It's
absolutely tremendous.
This has come so far so fast. It is amazing. It's like, Christmas Day, we got Ghostbusters around. We got Solano, Solano with Frankie. That's one of our guys is involved in it and stuff. And we got our own toy drive thing coming up over at Five Below in Rockland again this year. This will be our third year doing it there with Toys for Tots at Five Below in Rockland off of Commons Drive. And we're doing it on the 8th and the 9th and the 15th and the 16th. And we'll be out there from noon until 6 every day collecting toys for the kids. So,
awesome.
We'll actually be there acting like goofballs and listening to country music, not country music, Christmas music, not country.
There's some good country Christmas hits.
Oh yeah. But speaking of Toys for Tots and our donations and things like that, we actually started our venture into our Toys for Tots thing at Fan Expo this weekend, and we were able to get a few toys from a couple of vendors, and then we also we were doing our slime lab for and all the proceeds and donations are going straight to Toys for Tots. The kids get to make their own slime with instruction from some of our slime lab techs, which our main slime lab tech was Mike Ferris's daughter Moira, and she was showing all these kids how to make them. She was making them for them, and then it would scan a QR code that would allow them to directly donate to Toys for Tots for that. And then we also did a print. Someone who was mentioned earlier from New York. Thanks to our friend Matt Haberman, his friend that we've yet to meet. His name is Chris Sorrentino out of New York. You know him, Charlie. So he created an exclusive print just for us, just for this event. Yeah. And we were selling them for donations for Toys for Tots. And we did. I don't know if you can see that on my iPad. There you go.
I love that.
So cool.
That's an exclusive.
That's a limited edition.
There's only 100 of them made.
Yeah, so we sold a bunch of them, and we were able to between Slime Lab and the Sorrentino prints, we came up with over $400 for Toys for Tots.
Unbelievable.
and this was just 3 days.
3 days.
So we still have these available if anybody wants them online. I don't know if this is okay to say, but
we're plugging it anyway.
But this is for
it's for a good cause.
Everyone knows where to find your information.
That's right.
Absolutely. And then again, we want to thank Chris for all that, and it's an amazing thing that that he was able to help us out with, and it was great that he was willing to do so.
Absolutely unbelievable. You guys are doing such a great job. You guys have grown so much in just the time that I've been lucky enough to kind of chat with you guys and see some of the behind the scenes and kind of finding just how to grow in a sustainable way, right? Because part of that is the collab. Part of that is being able to turn to each other and really lean on each other for support and for ideas and trying different things. And you keep some, you get rid of the others. You guys are really doing everything seemingly the right way, and you're doing it as an extended family, which is kind of one of the secret beautiful things about these Ghostbuster groups in the wide version and kind of tightly together. You guys are absolutely crushing it, and I'm so proud to call you guys friends, and I'm so proud of everything your team's done.
Thank you, Charlie.
Well, Charlie, what's funny is what you didn't mention is that in recent times, this guy called Charlie Rivera is actually instrumental in how we kind of grew into our newer ideas, and that actually worked out amazingly. So we definitely want to give credit where credit's due. So thank you, Charlie.
All I was the logistics guy. I was just telling you guys the hard stories.
Just the logistics. So humble. The
guys,
basic thing, real quick, I wanted to say too is that our cosplay group, this Ghostbusters group, we have all the people in it. We all get along, man. There's no anybody trying to push an agenda or take control of anything. We all get along as like a big family, and that's what I love about it.
And that's again, that's the secret sauce.
Yeah.
The secret sauce is being able to have those conversations in a way that doesn't become equivalent of being like, well, I don't like your idea. There's no singular idea. There's no right or wrong. There's simply the things that you guys have tried. And I know you guys have absolutely been an inspiration for kind of my own endeavors with Long Island and what I do with NYC. Just always kind of keep growing, always kind of keep revising and kind of approaching things from with a fresh set of eyes. That's why bringing in new talent sometimes is so important. And don't worry, I'm gonna be hitting you guys up for all sorts of advice, because I love the way that you handle some of your events. I love the direct QR codes. Things like that are stuff that help grow our community so much. So I hope you guys are proud of yourselves. I look forward to hearing about all the victory laps, and I look forward to being able to chat it up with you guys next year.
Absolutely. We'll talk soon, huh?
All right.
Absolutely.
Take care, guys. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Boys.
Merry Christmas.
All right. See you later.
Absolutely amazing. God, I love those guys. They just work so absolutely hard. Sioux Empire Ghostbusters, you are up next. Come on down. I know you guys were ready to answer that call. We got the co-founders in the house. Bryce, Paxton, how you guys doing tonight?
Doing good.
Beautiful,
Bryce,
beautiful.
yeah.
Bryce is in the pitch black, but we're happy to have you. We're happy to chat with you, my friend.
I don't know why I'm in the black.
Sometimes
camera's on.
Sometimes this is just attacking us and giving us those technical difficulties, but we'll push forward. Bryce, why don't you tell us a little bit about the Sioux Empire Ghostbusters?
I'm actually going to leave that to Paxton. He is the president. He is the one that founded our group, so I'm going to leave that up to Paxton.
I like it. VP kicking it up to the Prez. Take it away, Prez.
So we actually started in another group, and then we just left and incorporated our own group. We just started actually this year, back in August, actually. We are still working on all the kinks and working to become a 501c3 group. And so we're just happy to be on, and we're trying to raise money right now for Toys for Tots, and that's about all we can do right now. We're just, like I said, we're just starting.
I love branch off groups. It's one, again, it's like a secret weapon in the Ghostbusters community for a litany of reasons. Sometimes other groups, my original group, wound up kind of having different priorities. They were more of a cosplay group. That's what brought me to the Long Island group. That's what then led me to NYC. That's what then led me to Terror. So it really is kind of a beautiful thing when you guys kind of take the reins and say, okay, we're going to kind of make our own branch. We're going to kind of take it into our own direction. Bryce, very important question tonight. What's your favorite Christmas song, my friend?
Mine has to be probably Silent Night. And the reason for that is I am very Christian, very God-fearing, and our church actually turns off all the lights, and we sing that song to candlelight. And I tell you, every year it makes me just tear up. It's just so beautiful, and it's just awesome.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. I love hearing stuff like that. I love when music can kind of resonate that way.
Absolutely.
Paxton, what's one of your favorite memories of suiting up and booting with your old group or kind of getting this new group started?
Well, we did it last year, but we're actually hopefully doing it this year. It's actually happening tomorrow, where we do it's a Christmas at the Castle, as they call it, and it's where children with like cancer or with illnesses go to like try to get back to being better, and so it's a light up of the tree at the Sanford Castle here in town.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
that's like a real movie moment.
Yeah.
Whenever your town has a Christmas tree lighting, that's kind of it activates that Christmas holiday spirit. Makes sure Santa's sleigh can fly.
Well,
Right, what about you? Oh, sorry, Paxton. What was that?
Oh, I was gonna say they actually made one of the children the light switch master, so that's going to be even more special.
Oh, that's
I love that. Bryce, what about you, pal?
One of my favorite memories probably was when we were with our old group. We were doing a commercial for our local con, which is called SuperCon, and we were at the one of our local places called the Battleship Memorial, and there happened to be a family driving by, and the kids were like, "The Ghostbusters are there! The Ghostbusters are there!" And the mom couldn't believe it. Well, lo and behold, she turned around, and here we all were doing this commercial kind of thing. And one of the little boys actually is in a wheelchair and really took a shine to me. I'm also physically disabled. So, like I said, he really took a shining to me. They've been following us since we were in our old group. They've been to every one of our events, even following us to our new group. We've actually made Maverick, the little boy, an honorary Sioux Empire Ghostbuster member. Yeah, that's just one of my favorite memories is just meeting that family.
Oh, I love that so much. That's spectacular. Thank you guys for all you do for your community. Congratulations on kind of striking out on your own. I'm sure there's going to be big, amazing things that you do as the franchise gets more settled in. But you're already doing amazing, amazing work. Thank you guys so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and we look forward to hearing about your next set of adventures.
Merry Christmas, guys, and congratulations on your on all your money that you raised, and keep it going, guys.
Absolutely. Talk to you boys soon.
Sounds good.
Yeah, bye.
Oh man, how great is it when new groups get launched and going? It's
Yeah.
just amazing that there's so much kind of desire to do good under this big Ghostbuster banner. It just warms the heart. But
yeah,
you can't have a telethon without one of the staples of the community, and it cannot be overstated how wonderful it is to talk with this group every year, how great it is to see the amazing work this group does every year. Let's bring on the Arizona Ghostbusters.
Hi.
Oh, I love that hat. You're full elf in it. You got the matching name tag.
Everything. This is so fun.
Oh, that's absolutely.
What is that? Is that a poster?
No, it's that cardboard cutout. My husband went crazy. I can't even think of the website, but they also had a containment unit where it's cardboard cutout.
Oh, yes,
stuff.
yes,
And
yes.
so-
Cool.
Yeah, so and then in my hallway, it is now a staple in our house as decor, the containment unit. So, but yeah.
The way it should be.
Awesome.
Every home needs a containment unit. That's just a fact. Well, welcome to the show. Thank you for representing Arizona tonight. Why don't you, some people are joining in for the very first year ever. Why don't you tell us a little something about Arizona? How long have you guys been suiting up for a good cause?
Yeah, definitely. Well, thank you for having us. It's a super awesome opportunity. This group started 18 years ago by Jeff Lewis and Matt Haynes. Their love of Ghostbusters brought them together, I believe, at a con or an event, and they were both dressed up and just immediately wanted to do something for their community, to do something to bring the love of Ghostbusters around while helping out in any way possible, charity wise, walk wise, fundraiser, anything like that. And so I've been a part of the group for now 7 years with my husband now. Yeah, we found them at a con, started following them, saw they were doing events. My 3-year-old son saw the 2016 Ghostbuster movie that came out that isn't, not very many people are fond of it, but that is literally what brought it for our family. And so my 3-year-old got into it. My husband was like, well, I grew up on that, let me show you the originals. And then it just kind of blew up from there. So he joined the group, and for us to spend time together, I loved the smile it brought to his face once I went to the events and saw what they were doing for the community and the people that love Ghostbusters. It just really touched my heart. So 7 years later, this is what we're doing, and it's amazing. And I just couldn't think of anything else what we would be doing. So
that very first time you slipped into the khaki, you're zipping yourself up, you're getting ready for an event. What'd that feel like?
I had no idea what I was getting into. Like, literally no idea. I was just like, okay, this is going to be his thing. He's going to have fun. And then it was like that spark. And then from then on, nothing. I mean, there's speed bumps and everything you go through in life. And I definitely had my, rough patches here and there, but it was a growing opportunity for me to overcome that for the better cause of things. And this group is just really amazing. I've met amazing people. Jeff is a really wonderful person and such a staple to the Ghostbuster community. So it's such an honor to kind of be in his shadow and be here representing the group that he's built and what we do.
It's really something special that we're at a point now in these communities where some groups kind of like legends precede them. Right. And absolutely, Arizona is one of them. That's absolutely beautiful. Do you have any big events that you're particularly excited about this holiday season?
We did a physical toy drive with a local toy shop. They're kind of like an all year round horror, scary store called Evil Izzy's Emporium. So we did an amazing toy drive. I would say hundreds of toys were donated in like boxes full and truckloads. Wow. And so they really kicked that off. And then this is our 5th year where we specifically adopt a foster group home. So a group home that necessarily wouldn't have a Christmas, wouldn't have this opportunity. So sorry, it just touches my heart. I'm very emotional. That's just me. But
us too.
Yeah, 5th year that we've been able to do this, and this year we've got in a house that is all teenage girls at that age where they just.
But this is why we do this, right?
Oh,
this is exactly why we do what we do.
Exactly, and that's exactly why I love what we do, and we do what we do. So I'm excited for this opportunity. We're taking donations because shopping for them can be a little bit hard, but they do have things on their wish lists that, you teenage kids, you want them to be able to have those experiences of, I want a Squishmallow, I want a, soft blanket that I can call my own. It's that simple stuff like that. So I'm excited that we're able to do this for them.
I mean, it's amazing. And again, certainly not the first time it's been mentioned tonight, but what's really great for those of you that are looking to donate to a franchise and you don't necessarily have one that you specifically are encouraged to, check out whoyougonnacall.org. You can find all the different fundraisers, and it's not just about finding your hometown or finding your child. Sometimes it's about finding the event that most speaks to you, because again, there's a lot of amazing toy drives, but a lot of those toy drives tend to lean younger. These teenagers sometimes get very under kind of represented and also have that want for a beautiful Christmas morning. And what's beautiful with something like what Arizona's doing, what NYC does, what Long Island does, what the Terror Dog Squad does, what California does, what all these different groups do, is it allows you kind of diversify your donation. Give everybody, if you want to donate $100, spread the wealth. If you want to donate $5, spread the wealth. It's going to be received in a beautiful, beautiful way. It's going to go so much further than you can imagine. The power of $1 donation times 20 people.
Oh yeah,
that's a squishmallow.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
That's a couple blankets. That's some fancy hat. That the good that Arizona is able to do with this slightly different group, it's a vital part of the Christmas season. It's a vital part of the holiday season. You guys are doing it right. You continue to be a group that I think a lot of other groups can take cues off of, and have always been very, very open to collaborations and being part of the wider community. It's always a blast to get to spend a little bit of time with you at the holiday season. But thank you so much for joining us tonight. Thank you guys so much for all the amazing things you do. And I hope you have the absolute best Christmas and holiday season possible. And we look forward to the more adventures of the Arizona Ghostbusters.
Yes, thank you so much for having us. Congrats on
course.
hitting your goal. Hopefully you keep going. I hope you guys have a great holiday season.
You as well.
Thanks, you
Good
too.
luck.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Amazing. How great is that?
Yeah.
How great is that? I love when houses get taken over.
Yeah.
I'm not pointing to your house specifically, but I see the pile of proton packs. I see the pile of proton packs. Let's keep the party rolling.
I think we have Virginia next.
Virginia.
Is Virginia
Come on
here?
down, Tony.
Awesome. Hi.
How
Hey,
are
how you
my
guys
friend?
doing?
I love the Ghostbuster fit. I also love that cap shield behind you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very cool.
You're
the
ready
Bronx,
for any
right?
misadventure. You know the question that we're going to start with. What's your favorite holiday song?
I wish today was Christmas, as featured on Saturday Night Live.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking
my-
about?
I don't know that one.
What? Oh my! I have to
What?
send you the clip after.
Okay.
It's so funny,
Yeah.
and yet it does play as a perfect Christmas song.
Okay.
Absolutely.
It's one of the best double dibs of all time. We're gonna make this playlist
Yes,
happen.
we will. We will.
Because
Yes.
you're gonna go. The Virginia Ghostbusters. Anytime that we get an opportunity, Tony, to talk to a group that was able to set themselves up early enough that they kind of were able to take over the state, it seems like a great opportunity to ask, how long have you guys been around?
Well, the group was formed in 2001 by Mr. Dan Harshman.
Amazing.
Just fresh out of high school, and just a group of guys that just want to talk about Ghostbusters. And here we are, over 20 years later. The group's grown to nearly 100 members all over the state.
Amazing.
And we're still continuing to grow and actually partner with fellow franchises around us, West Virginia, North Carolina, Maryland, and want to give a shout out to the Chesapeake Ghostbusters. And they've been a great partner with us these past couple of years at a variety of events.
That's beautiful. Well, I have to ask, because I always just find it so intriguing. What led you down the road that you are now sitting here so perfectly rocking your flight suit? What led you to taking that Ghostbuster fandom from appreciation into doing good with it?
Growing up, I'm first generation American. Family came from Vietnam, post-war, and I'm in a new land, new country. Don't have too many friends, but I remember watching Ghostbusters, and I was 9 years old, and it was a way for me to make friends. We're just quoting movies left and right, and it was a foundation of a lot of things of who I am today. And I remember I just finished up a degree, and I was just totally burnt out. And someone introduced me to cosplay, and I'm like, okay, sure, why not? Let's have some fun. And I remember I met the Ghostbusters Virginia team, and there was something about just the group dynamics, the relationships, and just as I looked into all the different franchises, not only in the U.S. but also around the world, and how everyone wants to help each other out. And side note, I'm really kind of upset you put me towards the end, because all the franchises and teams before me are fantastic, and they've sort of been my example to go by. I want to give back to the community. So, anyways, but that's how for myself, how I sort of arrived here, and I can say probably the same for a lot of our team members as well. We are all volunteers, but yet we still take the time to give back to the community and at the same time help each other out. You know, especially in times of need or celebration, wherever it is, we're all here for each other.
It's kind of great because we're all a little bit misfit toys.
Mm-hmm.
Like no one winds up in a flight suit through like the same exact story.
Yeah.
It's not as simple as, and for some people, I guess it is as simple as you go to a con, you see a group, you ask how to join, or they have a great banner. But for the most part, most of us wind up falling into this in a peculiar way. Sometimes just because, like you said so beautifully, Tony, Ghostbusters is a love language if you use it around the right crowd. And it's only grown. It's only become more infectious. It's only become kind of easier to find like-minded people willing to do good in this very peculiar way. Tony, you touched upon something that I think is really kind of great. Ghostbusters for me, as a Puerto Rican kid, Ghostbusters was very easy to slip into, like the imagine kind of play. Like I could have always imagined being a Ghostbuster. I'm not Kryptonian. I'm not, in Gotham City with rich parents, but I could be a Ghostbuster. I may have to just apply to the job. But there is something so beautifully universal about it. We've heard a lot of groups talk about their affection for 2016 and how they acknowledge it's not everyone's cup of tea. But what's kind of great is you look at a Ghostbuster team, and I think Virginia helps represent it too, at least based on your social media. It's like all the colors of Benetton. all are welcome, all genders, all identifiers. We're one big crazy family. And because of that, I know I've always felt welcome around any group I've seen at a con or at an event or bumped into. You see someone wearing a Ghostbuster shirt, immediately you have 20 things you could talk to them about.
Yeah.
Other than the obvious who you're going to call. Do you have a favorite memory of time you've spent suited up and booted up?
Oh my gosh. It happened last year. It's kind of weird. So it kind of goes to just giving back to the community. And I gotta say, an annual event in DC is called Awesome Con, and I lost it on the floor. A member today, she became a member. She gave us a stack full of Ghostbuster, real Ghostbuster cells, and we work hard to get donations, but someone just sort of their personal stash of cartoon cells, and I don't know what it was. I just absolutely lost it. It's a good memory. Just that it shows that the people that care and give back, and she's willing to give up that stack of cells. Which, by the way, I should throw a plug in. I'm pretty sure my marketing folks and president are watching, but we got a bunch of those cells all signed by Maurice, and we're going to try to do something with them, like auction them off and turn around and use the money for a charity.
Oh, I love that idea. That's a great.
Now I've said it. I kind of committed to it. So hopefully my marketing and the rest of the people in the office is watching. So
that's a good way to do it. That's how you push stuff through sometimes. I absolutely love that. I absolutely love it. I know you kind of stated that some of the people who've helped inspire you kind of came before you, but I actually think your spot on the show is perfect because Tony, it's members like you that keep that fire burning so bright. For me, by this time of the year, 11 months plus into the year, I am usually so burnt out. Then the telethon happens.
Yeah.
And I'm ready to crush December, and I'll start planning my January and February because this is something that it is a privilege that we all get to do. But hearing stories about what you do, Tony, and what Virginia does, and what all the other franchises do, whew, that fire turns that super hot blue.
Yeah.
Right. It just warms the heart. But Tony, thank you so much for representing your group so well. If the president, everybody is watching, I'm sure they're super proud of you. I know it's awesome getting to talk to you, and I look so forward to kind of following all the great things you do this holiday season. Again, you can follow Ghostbusters Virginia by hopping over to whoyougonacall.org. Follow their social media. Donate if you can. Spread the good word because that's free.
One more thing.
Of course.
I had a request. I have to make sure I throw in this plug, but our primary drive has been Toys for Tots. we're positioning and transitioning over to support Bethany House, a toy drive for them, and then also in parallel, we're also doing food drive. So
beautiful.
You gotta eat, right? So we're with the group of people we have, we're growing and not only doing birthday parties, parades, and all that stuff, but we're starting to do more drives. So, anyways, so look for it and watch for us on social media. You'll see some of the wonderful things that we're gonna be doing.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much, Tony. Have a beautiful holiday. Have a very Merry Christmas. And we look forward to talking to you guys next year.
Take care, guys. Have a good night.
Night, buddy. Let's keep the party going. What do you say? RGV Ghostbusters, come on down.
Feels like a fortune, right?
Look, they brought a full spud with them.
Nice.
Oh, we got the founders in the house, and they finally got Slimer to calm down. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us tonight. How's the holiday season treating you so far?
Pretty good so far.
Awesome.
The three of you look like a little bit like you're ready to do an a cappella number.
Yeah.
Like I was fully expecting a song and dance. Let me ask you, gentlemen, what RGV Ghostbusters, what does that stand for? When did you guys get started?
Well, we're from the southern part of Texas, and we're talking like the very southern part of Texas. And for some reason, they call this area the Rio Grande Valley, and so RGV. And we've been around since 2009. 15 years later, 16 members now. So it started with just us two, and then we've grown.
Awesome.
That's amazing. What led you guys to starting the group?
Well, I mean, him and I have been friends since middle school, and we're geeks, we're dorks.
Yeah, and then one Halloween we were like, hey, let's do this. And as we were building our really sadly looking proton packs, we started to see that there is just a huge community, and then we started seeing all the positive things that the groups were doing, and we're like, hey, we can do this. Like, this is cool. Like, and we just
grew from there.
Yeah, we just grew from there, and then other people started seeing us, and they said, hey, like, what does it take to join? And it's like, we're just like, you're in.
Yeah.
How great was that moment though? Right? To your point, when someone goes up and they're like, this is the right type of insanity, I'm in.
Yeah.
Where do I get my decoder ring? Must have been such a great moment for you guys, because I know every time I suit up, I'm afraid like I'm the weirdest human on earth. And
yeah,
100 people run
and
over,
reaching
right?
out to other fellow Ghostbusters that we would see at conventions and such that were dressed up, and we were like, hey, come here, join us. And they're like, what? No, like, no. And it's like, no. And, there was one or two that just kind of politely said hi, and then finally the next con they came around and they're like, I want to join. I was like, well, absolutely.
Hey,
like, we told you since the last time.
Is there an application process?
They've actually asked us that.
Amazing, as there should be. What's one of your favorite memories in the time RGV has been around? I didn't catch it, and I don't even remember if I asked it. But how long ago did you guys get started? And then if you want to tell me one of your favorite memories.
Well, since 2009, which is a Halloween that he mentioned where it all started. And I probably say one of my best memories as being from the RGV Ghostbusters is we met Ernie Hudson. And I have my dad's old truck that I converted to what I call Ecto 78.
Nice.
And we told Ernie Hudson, like, hey, well, we have a truck. Would you mind going and taking a picture with it and signing it? And he actually, like, after his Q&A, and he was going to do a photo up afterwards, he actually told the guys, like, oh, because we told him, hey, Mr. Hudson, did you want to go to the truck? Oh yeah, and he told his crew, guys, I'm gonna be a few minutes late. I promise these guys I'm gonna go to the truck. And he actually got in the truck, and when I told my mom, like, look, he got in the truck.
That's amazing. Aww. That's how you properly christen an Ecto too.
Yeah.
Like, of all the different tributes, don't get me wrong, the pure replicas are life-changing, right?
Yeah.
Ecto NYC, the Jersey Ecto, there's the Terror Dogs have an amazing Ecto, Hollywood but when you get your tribute vehicle tagged by a Ghostbuster, that's as legit as it gets. That's our boss now, right?
Yeah, we had him like sign that he certified it as authentic, so we're like, hey, it's authentic.
It's authentic.
And now that we have Hudson Industries, hey, it gets more legit.
That is unbelievable. I absolutely love that. Do you guys have any events that you look forward to all year long? Do you have any toy drives that are particularly special to you? Tell us about one of your events, new or old, that really kind of pull at the heartstrings.
Started assisting one group called the Super Raimi and Friends, and what they do is they gather cosplayers and they visit children's hospitals with kids, with they're battling cancer or other ailments, and they try to go out there once a month to cheer the kids up and take things, and so that was really one of the it was really an honor to be able to go with them one time to partake in that. And then from there, we just kind of lend ourselves out to the community. And every time they come up, they're like, "Well, how much you all charge?" And like, "I don't want to charge anything. We just it's a community. Like, we need to instill, good things back into the community that doesn't come with a price tag. And if us just being there, gets people to come out or puts smiles on people's faces, that's rewarding enough. And so we've been doing that. And for this year, the local PD department here in the city that we live in is Westlaco. That's part of the RGB, and they're having an annual toy drive on December 14th. So we're gonna try to to gather some toys up for the local kids here, because here in this valley, like, it is a lower poverty level area, and so if we can bring out some smiles to some children's faces, we're gonna do that. We're gonna use he also has a thing that he does every year, and it's called Northopolis, and he has handmade decorations that he puts out all over his yard. He even came out on Light Fight,
Christmas light fight on ABC.
Christmas Light Fight on ABC.
Amazing.
So cool.
So
Which is where we're at right now.
Yeah, this is where we're at right now. We can kind of see the lettering.
Oh, that rules.
Awesome.
So yeah, so we we're gonna try to use this to bring out and see if people come by and make some donations so we can take to the PD.
Unbelievable.
And I just started yesterday. So I mean, I'm gonna try to have something throughout this month, like have a toy drive. Like like I said, we're gonna have that toy drive to help PD and just to give back to the community. I mean, that's what we do.
Unbelievable. Well, gentlemen, it's not an uncommon theme tonight. You guys are crushing it. You guys are doing such a wonderful job. You guys are representing Ghostbusters so beautifully, and you're doing it for the right reasons, the right way. And I think tonight, again, when it comes to my holiday spirit, team after team, you guys are just overflowing. How excited I am for the rest of the season. But we look forward to watching all of your adventures go down. Again, you can find RGV's info all over whoyougonnacall.org. You follow their different fundraisers. You can follow their exploits on social media. All that info is there. Gentlemen, Slimer, thank the three of you so much for coming and spending a little bit of time with us tonight. Thank you guys
for having us.
For all you do. Please, we just start planning for next year already, because
we
can't wait to run it back for the next season. But have a beautiful night. Have a Merry Christmas. Have a wonderful holiday. And we look forward to
you all
hearing
as
more.
well. Love you guys.
Thank you guys. You too.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Oh, man. How cool is that?
Yeah.
How
We
cool
only
is that?
have three more groups to talk
All right,
to.
fans. You know what, then? I think it's time we get that big paycheck.
Yeah.
I think it's time to go to Hollywood.
Yeah.
Hollywood Ghostbusters, come on down.
Hello.
Hi.
Randy, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing pretty good. Yourselves?
Very good, very good. You're looking.
Get pie in the face.
That's true. My countdown to destruction has begun. Randy, I got to tell you, Hollywood Ghostbusters, what an impressive social media you guys have. I love following your exploits. I love the patch. Again, not an uncommon theme tonight. I think we really did put together an assembly of some of the best logos in the community. But Randy, tell me, how did Hollywood get started?
Well, I'm actually pretty new to the group. Me and my daughter have actually joined the Hollywood Ghostbusters, I think earlier this year.
Awesome.
And I do want to point out, I don't mean to go off subject, but if you notice certain movements of my face and stuff, I do have Tourette's. So I didn't want to offend anybody or whatnot with what's going on with me.
Oh, I appreciate that, but unnecessary, my friend. You're coming through loud and clear.
Okay, perfect. But yeah, we joined, and it's been a real blast.
I can imagine being in Hollywood, like the amount of opportunities you get as a Ghostbuster.
Yeah, well, I don't live in Hollywood. But we do a lot of some events around the general vicinity.
Nice.
So,
oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. How great is it to get to do this with your kid?
well, I never thought I would, but she became a fan when she was like 7 or 8, and she's been messing with my some of my figurines and stuff like that. And when she got older, and I found out about the different groups, she wanted to join too. So
that's amazing. Now, when you were a kid, I imagine you were young when you discovered Ghostbusters. Do you ever think you'd be suiting up with your own child?
no, never. I thought I was going to be the odd one out in my family, like my kids not wanting to be like, "Oh, Dad, you're embarrassing me," type of thing.
Not only was that not the case, she said, "Let's get some flight suits. Let's get to this Ghostbusting work."
Yeah. The funny thing is, I gave her my old flight suit.
Nice.
Oh, that's awesome.
So, Randy, you know the question we're asking everybody. What is your favorite Christmas song?
Well, obviously, there's a lot of them, but one that really gets me is the Little Drummer Boy by David Bowie and Bing Crosby.
Yeah.
What a hit.
Yep,
Yeah,
I love it. My grandparents loved it, and that's what made me love it. And that's like the one song I look forward to hearing on the radio over everything.
Awesome. And do you guys have any toy drives coming up?
Yes, actually. I had to write everything down. We do have one on the 21st. It's in Los Angeles, and it's with the oh geez, I put the name here. Can't find the name. Okay, that's weird. I wrote everything down, I thought.
We'll luckily be able to find out who you're going to call.org. So we'll be able to find it, don't you worry.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No.
But we're going with them, and it's also with Kids Slime Club. So they're a pretty good group that we sometimes team up with. Oh, Turning Point. I just found it.
Randy does his notes like me. Like I write something down. I'm like, how do you wind up on the back of the poster?
Pretty much, and it was all the way on the bottom in small print.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Awesome.
Well, Randy, thank you so much for all you and your daughter do. Thank the Hollywood Ghostbusters for us for just being absolutely wonderful members of this wider community. And I can't wait to hear how successful all your exploits are for this beautiful holiday season.
Oh, definitely. I can't wait either.
All right, buddy. Well, have a beautiful Christmas. Have a wonderful holiday. And we'll talk to you next season.
Okay, thank you, and Merry Christmas, and good luck.
You too, buddy. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
We finally have them. I don't think we actually announced that we couldn't find them before, but Philly, come on down.
What's up, guys?
Hey there. How are you guys doing? I love those sweaters.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Delicious sweaters.
We're trying to get into the festive spirit right now, so
I love it. I love that banner behind you. You guys are looking sharp as tacks.
There we go. There we go. We had some technical difficulties. We had to figure it out. I was trying to make sure the camera was right and when to join in. So
It's fine. It's
Have
fine.
you seen us?
Yeah, we're
barely.
You guys are doing great, honestly. Like amazing.
Very festive with your hats in the background.
The backgrounds.
Oh,
What?
this whole thing,
This-
my fireplace.
Believe it or not, this is not a real fire.
Oh no, really? Got you had me fooled.
Santa will make it work.
Tell me about the Philly Ghostbusters, the Philadelphia Ghostbusters. Again, I know the patch like the back of my. I feel like tonight has been just me being wrong about
Okay,
how
do you
long.
have a binder at home?
I
Just,
do.
like, and you just flip
I
through them?
legitimately do, and I'm always impressed. How long has Philadelphia been up and running?
Well, we are moving into our 16th year this June. So when it started actually a couple weeks before the video game came out, the Ghostbusters the video game. There was a screening down in Philly, and my young self went, and there were other Ghostbusters there. I wasn't dressed up, but I saw people with proton packs. I'm like, who are these people? I didn't know there were more like me. And that was like that was the culmination of like us coming together as a group. And then we were like, let's do good work. And since then, we've done so many charities. In fact, today we just wrapped up this huge charity for Phil Abundance. It's a food drive organization helping out with food
insecurities.
Food insecurities.
It was with Preston and Steve. Can't
Yeah.
for hunger.
It's a local radio station that does it every year. It's a week-long camp out that people do and bring money and food. I believe we got over 4,000 pounds of food.
Wow.
More than double what we did last year.
More, way more. We're getting the totals. We're waiting for it, but it's definitely over 4,000 pounds.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Now, when you guys have an event that's that successful, just for the newer groups or maybe the groups that kind of have a harder time, something like that feels like such a huge success. Does the team do a victory lap? Do you guys how do we do more? Walk me through the insanity, because I know how crazy this charity stuff can get. But do you take that moment to be like, look what we did? Now let's
kind of, yeah.
Absolutely.
No, we absolutely do. It was really good because like going to something that had that like finish line essentially. The radio station acknowledged us. They gave us a shout out. They know us. They're like, you did amazing. Like it was just like, and the volunteers and the workers, like when we showed up, they love us. They give us the praise, and we're there helping out too. We're like, you know what? We got our packs on, but let's move some food for you guys as well. It is a great feeling no matter what we do, even if it's a big charity or a small charity or whatever it is. It's always just good to be together as a group and doing good for the community.
Our group has a great time raising money for different causes. We try to raise money for causes that are important to the group, connect with local chapters and businesses.
I love that. It's just such a for some reason I never get used to the fact that like this very weird thing we're all doing.
Yeah.
Like we're doing so much good in such a peculiar
very niche
way. Have you guys ever had family members or friends that are just like, wait, you hunt goats for charity? What's happening?
What do you
I love telling my coworkers that. No, it's a really great time, and it's fun because like you tell friends, and then they're like, wait, how can I get a part of this? Like they're not even like some of them are like, I like Ghostbusters, but I love doing charity work.
Yes.
And this is a great cause. Like we just want to come out and help people. I've got to give a shout out to my buddy Frank. He big Ghostbuster fan, but he was a big Star Wars guy, and they never did charity work. And he's like, no, I want to be a Ghostbuster because you guys do all this stuff. And back in March, he does like a big event with his Jeep business. and they raised $2,500 in just auctions and stuff, and they gave it to our group to give to Phil Abundance. And the best part about that was the next month someone was matching, so we doubled that and got $5,000 donated to this food drive. It was incredible.
That's one of the great ways to just double your money is to look for those matches.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, and which a lot of organizations do. They'll be like, especially Giving Tuesday tomorrow, you'll have a lot of matches going on, which you can double your money.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. And now we're jumping on. We're jumping on real quick. We just ended today, and we're jumping on for Toys for Tots this week. We got 2 events this upcoming weekend. We're gonna take our group out to Center City in Philly at Love Park, where the love logo is, to raise money. And then the following day we're going to a you know this better than me.
We're going to Gameskeep in Westchester. They're doing Toys for Tots there. And what's really cool about this store is they will give you a discount if you're buying the games there for Toys for Tots. So they give a 30% discount. So your money can go a little bit further and you can buy some more games and get more games to children, which is great.
And they go for the more older kids too, which is really nice as well. So, because I know a lot of the toy drives look at the younger kids, but there are still like 10-year-olds, 13-year-olds that still need toys. And I think that's a really good cause.
I mean, what's been beautiful about tonight is, again, we have a very diversified portfolio for this year's toy drive. I think we're doing a great job of covering all the bases, from babies to young adults, to even older adults are being covered. And I think, again, I almost feel boring saying it again, but you look at what Philadelphia does, it gives you that charge.
Everyone matters.
It's just unbelievable.
Thank you. No, we're really fortunate for our area, because not only do we have our group, but we work with like the Ghostbusters of New Jersey. We work with the Diamond State Ghostbusters in Delaware. We have got some local chapters in Pennsylvania that we sometimes work along with as well. And it's been great. Like, we all have Ghostbusters, and we all like helping out people.
I absolutely love it. Well, you guys are doing it right. We so look forward to seeing how successful all of your drives and all of your fundraising do this year. Again, you can get all their social media info, all their toy drive info over on whoyougonnacall.org. Philadelphia, New York, Philadelphia, nothing but love. Always.
Absolutely. Brotherly love to you guys.
Absolutely.
We'll see you guys.
The Rocky Steps. I'll come.
Come. Hey, let us know when you guys come down to Philly. We'll take you to the best cheesesteak places too.
There we go. I like this plan. Thank you guys so much. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays.
Merry Christmas. Happy holidays.
Merry Christmas.
Oh, it's almost time. We may need those pie ingredients brought to the table soon.
Yes.
Next up, though, we got Central Michigan. Come on down.
I just sat here.
Ghostbuster Bob.
Hey there.
How's it going?
How are you, my friend? Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. The Central Michigan Ghostbusters, but also the Ecto 4A, one of my absolute favorite tribute vehicles. Ghostbuster Bob, I got to ask, tell me your origin story. What first got you suiting and booting for charity?
Well, I mean, me and my friend Tim, you met him last year. He did this last year. He was that shaky one, kind of like me now. But anyway, but no, we met in the homeless shelter years ago. It was like 13, 14 years ago at this point. And, we were always talking like we want to do some good, but, we were sitting in the homeless shelter at the time. So we kind of need the good to happen to us before we were able to do the good. So, we got out of there finally, and we just talked about it. We want to do good things, and I went to the Midland Mall Comic-Con 3 years ago, and I joined the group. The leader of the Great Lakes Ghostbuster Coalition at the time, he was like, "Hey, if you're a fan, come on out," type of thing. And he linked me up with the leader of the group, the Central Michigan Ghostbusters, and that's the way it was. And later on in the year, everybody does Toys for Tots, and it's like, what do they do with the kids for autism? And I was like, that's my cue. So I with my buddy Tim, we created the car, the whole shebang and everything with it, and it was only supposed to be that 1 year. It was just
Really?
and it was only supposed to be that 1 year, doing something cool, and it ended up, I took the magnet off the side of the car, come January, and then, oh, we don't have an ecto for this event, and I was like, okay. And it just kind of stuck from there. I don't really know exactly how the origins go for Central Michigan Ghostbusters. I know the guy that runs it, who's doing an amazing job. Everybody says, "Hey, you're the leader, right?" And I'm like, "No, that's that guy." He does just as good, and and I was like, yeah, I guess now I'm like the co-leader of it, but it's the leader does just fine by himself. So, let him be. I mean, he wanted to retire at one time, and I was sitting there going, if you want to, I mean, we're not pushing you out the door, but we're not saying you have to stay either,
Yeah.
But it's not that he wanted to leave. He wanted to retire. He's like an older man. He just wants to retire. He wants to cruise the country in a motorhome or, that kind of stuff. He wants to retire. And I was like, he's a grown man. He can make his decisions. And, and he came back. It's not that, I don't know if he came back. He never left, but he came back and I was like, yeah, I don't have to, hold the reins. I got the leader.
Back now.
Yeah, here you go, bud. It's not like I ever actually took over. I wanted Norman to, be the leader forever. And, and I always told Tim and I told, a bunch of the other members, even if Norman does go, he will still be regarded as a leader. But he didn't leave, so we're good.
There's no full retirement from this game. If I've learned nothing from Bill Murray, just when you think you're out, you pulled back in for at least one more haunt. Bob, what's really amazing about your story is even when it sounds like you were going through, hard times, which thankfully
it's all the time for me, apparently.
You still had your eyeballs towards let's help others. That is unbelievable. I absolutely
I grew up on bad times. When I was 16 years old, my house burned down, and I felt helpless ever since.
That's, being able to turn that into doing good, though. There's a tremendous lesson to be learned. That and I think tonight has been filled with like little insights into other people's world that came into this community in such unique ways. I hope while all this good is going on, I hope that you take that minute to acknowledge you've kind of pulled off a magic trick in kind of being able to kind of, for lack of a better term, somewhat dust yourself off. And like you said, bad times don't last, but new bad times could always show up. And still having your eyes on the prize of helping the community, of doing good where you can, when you can, right? We said it a lot tonight. Not everyone can donate $15. Not everyone can even donate $1, but you can share. You can tell a friend. You could give $1 next time. Those things move the needle so much. And in that regard, I think you're doing a wonderful job of representing the Central Mission Ghostbusters. And I think your Ecto has already done a tremendous amount of good. And I'm sure there's a tremendous more to come. So I hope you're...
me and Tim this year in like June, we filed paperwork, and we are a nonprofit organization. We got some time and some other things to do to be the 501c3, because as you all know, that takes more time and this, that, and the other, and this, that, and the other, and you got to prove this and you got to prove that and stuff like that. So I'm just waiting for my treasurer to be like, hey, that's what's going to happen. And he's actually one of the people that's helping me with the toy drive. So stick him on the hot seat, Mike.
I absolutely love that. We're gonna wrap up with our favorite question for you. What's your favorite Christmas song or holiday song?
I thought about this, and I think it's like a 50-50, and it's not like 50-50 as in I'm not sure. It's like 50-50 as if I can say it. Like, I like Nightmare Before Christmas. You ever heard that one song on the internet that's like, what's this? But it's that other one.
Yep.
We'll go with that one.
We'll let everyone Google that on their own with the safety browser, right? The one that doesn't keep the history. I'll send you that link too. Bob, you're absolutely awesome, man. Keep doing the great work. Keep letting your team know the Central Michigan Ghostbusters, absolutely a beautiful part of this community. We appreciate you. Wish you the best holiday, the most Merry Christmas, and good luck with everything, my friend.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, buddy.
Thank you so much.
I actually think before we hit our main event, I think we're going to pull back in Ryan. Nick, can you let me know if I'm right there? If I am, you can just have Ryan come on. We can pitch all of our great. Oh, Joanna is ready to go. All right, let's pull up Portland. Joanna, come on down, represent those Portland Ghosts. But look at that hat. Oh, I love it.
Hey guys.
How are you? The co-president, the co-president and charity contributor. Joanna, how are you tonight? How is this season started for you guys? And just welcome.
Thank you. It has started off really well. We made our first appearance yesterday, and by the time we got there, our box was almost all the way full, and we've gotten some great donations. We are collecting for Northwest Family Services and OHSU Dornbecker Children's Hospital. So we have two organizations. We've been collecting for Northwest Family Services. This is their third year for them. And we're really excited.
That's amazing.
Awesome.
How long have you been a member of, co-president would lead me to believe that maybe you've been with the group for a long time, but that's not necessarily true. Again, these hierarchy systems kind of change and a lot of different teams have different. So let me start with this. How long have the Portland Ghostbusters been together?
So my husband co-founded the team in 2012, and it started off with 5 people, and we started dating in 2015, and he's like, I'm a Ghostbuster. I'm like, what are you talking about? And
you're like, oh, that's a red flag, I think. I think this might be a red flag.
So I never cosplayed anything before until this, and I've been involved with charity work my entire life. I have been a wish granter with Make-A-Wish Foundation since I was 18. I have been involved with the Lupus Foundation of America for the past 11 years. I'm actually the ambassador for Oregon for the Lupus Foundation. And I did charity work as a kid. I served food at the homeless shelters for the holidays. I've brought gifts to the burn units for kids' hospitals when I was a kid. So it's about always giving back. So my husband was like, well, you're really involved with charities. We don't have a charity coordinator. Would you want to be our charity coordinator? I'm like, well, do I have to dress up as a Ghostbuster? Or kind of just like from behind the scenes type stuff? And after I saw what they did, I'm like, okay, I'm ready to suit up. And so we got me a suit. We got me just a simple pack at the time from Spirit Halloween. And hi, sweetheart. My son wants to say hi.
Hey, buddy.
Our son has been doing events since he was 6 weeks old.
Unbelievable.
And so yeah, I jumped in as the charity coordinator, and in 2018 I started co-running it with my husband, and it's been a blast. I never thought I was ever going to be a Ghostbuster or really cosplay anything before, and I can't imagine not being a Ghostbuster today.
Yeah, it just from that rundown of your charity work, you were born to suit up. I think it was inevitable. It was like kismet that you met your now husband, because this is exactly what you were supposed to do, I think.
Yeah.
This kid rules.
Yeah.
I just
Sorry,
no. I love him. The candy cane popping into frame made my heart double in size. It just made me very, very happy. And him starting so early, it's a legacy for him.
Yeah. But yeah, he went through probably 6 different sizes of flight suits in his first year. And he loves suiting up and coming out with us, and he waves at everyone during the parades and the Starlight Parade in June. He actually fell asleep right before we hit the news stations, and they did like a little 10-second segment on him sleeping in the wagon, like suited up, and it was the funniest thing.
That's amazing. Now, with all the charity work under your belt, what do you think is the biggest difference between doing all that good that you did versus doing all that good suited up? Is there a difference? Is there an obvious difference? Does it just feel the same?
No, it doesn't feel the same. It's a little bit different because when we're suited up, we feel like celebrities. I don't know about you guys, but I really loved doing it, as a kid and growing up, and obviously I never did it for the recognition. That's not why I got into charity work or anything like that. But now just like really seeing the excitement from other people suited up. Oh my God, it's the Ghostbusters. Like, it makes their day, which gets me really excited. And I love that feeling, seeing how excited they get when we are, helping them or doing good for them and things like that. I really love that.
That's it's there's nothing quite like it.
Yeah.
Right? We've talked about it before. We've kind of hinted at it tonight, but there is something about that giving that kid so many different layered things, right? If they need a gift, we'll get them a gift. If they need to just meet a Ghostbuster, we'll let them do that too.
Yeah.
And those are kind of two great tastes that go together. Joanna, we'll finish off with this. Do you have a favorite moment so far in your illustrious Ghostbuster career?
There's a lot of great moments. I mean, one not in Suited Up is that my son is singing Ghostbusters now just randomly at home, which is really fun. He'll be 3 in January, and he just started actually like singing a good like chunk of the song. So that's really, really fun to do. Is there a moment that sticks out? I mean, there's so many. We just don't have time for that. But we love working with the Autism Society. We just started doing parades a few years ago. That's always great. Yeah, like I said, I couldn't imagine not being a Ghostbuster now. I never thought it was something I'd do. I can't imagine not doing it. We worked on the Vacasa shoot a few years ago with Sony and Vacasa, and that was probably like the highlight of everything.
Beautiful.
I don't know if you guys saw the commercial. I'm sure you guys did. But making 10 gallons of slime. I did 5 gallons of green slime and 5 gallons of mood slime to get like working in the commercial. That was pretty like spectacular.
Unbelievable.
My team calls me the doctor of slime, and I teach everyone how to make slime.
Did you see the slime we had before?
Huh?
Very chunky.
We did the slime we had before earlier in the telethon.
Yeah, we could have used your help.
Really
good.
good.
Oh no, I didn't see it. I jumped on very late because I got off work late and I was driving.
No worries. We'll send you a clip on the playback. We need to know what that stuff was made out of.
Perfect. Yeah. So, but yeah, I love what we do. We're busy year round. We started out with 5 members. We have over 40 active members now.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, we're growing like a wildfire, and it's amazing. I just can't wait to see the future of our team. We are a 501c3 now. That happened last January finally. That was my big dream for the team. That's now a reality. And yeah, I'm just excited for the future.
I love it. I love it. Well, you guys can learn. You can follow along in real time with the Portland Ghostbusters Future. Find all their social media, all their Toys for Tots fundraisers, or the Toy Drive fundraisers, rather, all their big holiday events. Find out who you're going to call.org. Joanna, thank you so much for joining us tonight. To that beautiful family of yours, we wish a very Merry Christmas, very happy holidays, and we look forward to seeing all the great things the Portland Ghostbusters have in store.
Thanks, so much, guys. Happy holidays.
Bye, guys.
Happy holidays.
Bye.
I love that the cat made a cameo. The cat was like, what's up? Ryan, if you're still here, why don't you join us? Give the people a rundown one more time of all these great prizes.
I'm coming in.
Yeah, Ryan.
First of all, oh my gosh, 4 hours, you guys. Amazing. Amazing. Let me give you a little break for a second while you get your pie ready.
We'll prepare.
I do want to give some quick highlights. So for Circle City Ghostbusters, they're going to be donating their toy drive donations are going to the Keenan Stall Boys and Girls Club in Indianapolis. So that's going to be going to them. And then I have some news from the Yellow Rose Ghostbusters. So just some quick things about their toy drive coming up, and actually ongoing right now. It's their biggest collection spots this year are at Macy's, Ollie's, and Target. Bubba's 33 giving appetizers for every person bringing a toy. And to culminate this toy drive, Yellow Rose Ghostbusters is ending out at a military gala in Dallas, Texas, collecting over 300 toys from the Texas State Guard 1st Brigade 2nd Battalion Rescue Operations Special Teams, where they will be given awards for contribution to society and becoming honorary battalion members. Man, why don't we get awards? How dare those guys? No, Yellow Rose is great. You could find all that information on whoyougonacall.org/toy drive, and you will see all of that. Oh my goodness, that is a pie. We got close to the stretch goal.
I know.
We did get very close. We may need a follow-up video. If like tomorrow, thank you, sir.
So we've got a bid prepared.
All I know is if we hit $3,000 in the next week.
Wait, what?
I think if we hit
We're
it,
revisiting this?
I think if we hit $3,000 in the next week, I think it's only fair we have a follow-up.
Yeah, we could do it. We could record it at the holiday party. You know,
We could record it at the holiday party.
that's what we would do.
Okay.
I like this plan. $2,549. We crushed our goal. Every dollar helped. We spoke to some of.
I can't take you seriously right now.
Nor can I. It's a weird hobby I chose. Honestly, guys, thank you so much. All the teams we got to speak to.
Yes. Thank you all.
All right, I'm going to step away so you get full view of the pie.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you all so much for taking the time out of your night to spend it with us and to spend it with each other. We really appreciate the effort, the excitement, the everything that you brought to this telethon. I can't believe it's over.
I can't believe
365 days.
I can't believe we hit the pie like 2 hours ago, and it's just been a countdown to destruction. Oh no!
A little more.
Well, guys,
we gotta loop it up.
You can find all this lovely team information at whoyougonacall.org. You can find a bunch of good ones. Considering what's about to happen to me, I think it's only fair that I once again mention, if you want to win all the HasLab Ghostbusters stuff, hit up LI Ghostbusters anywhere on social media. $10 gets you in, but donate here. We want to make sure we get this girl pied sooner rather than later. But Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
Merry Christmas. I'll be gentle.
I haven't heard those lies before, Luna.
All right, are you ready?
No.
Okay, do you want it slow or?
Yeah, I think slow rather than a potential broken nose would be great.
We'll go.
Good night, everybody.
We'll go gentle. There we go.
That
we did this for you.
that felt exactly like I thought it would.
How does it taste?
Pretty good.
Okay.
Pretty good. There you go.
There we go. We got a little bit on me tonight.
Merry Christmas, guys. Happy holidays.
Merry Christmas. Happy
Donate
holidays.
to as many people as you can.
Yeah.
Donate here.
Donate everywhere.
We'll see you next year.
Spread the cheer.
Maybe. I'm coming up with the challenges next year, I think.
Okay. Bye, everyone.
Bye, guys.
Merry Christmas.
Oh, that felt so gnarly.